So, when last we left off, we had decided that we were not going to be able to fight these sort of flesh golems. And, wow, that is fast. This is not what I'm used to seeing in this game. Yeah. Alright. Give me all them missiles. So... only one person can use them. Alright. So, yes, so when last we left off, we were just sort of realizing that we're not really in good position to fight those flesh golems. And I think that because of that, as a result, I think it's going to be time to start doing a couple things. So first of all, I have been avoiding thus far doing the... I've been avoiding high hedge because high hedge is going to make me very powerful very quickly. Getting access to mirror image is going to make a big difference, things like that. But we're going to come over here now. The time has come where we should definitely be getting this shit done. So we're going to pop over here, and I think we're going to... Oh, you know what I was thinking of doing? Now I remember. I was thinking, if I progress with the plot, I'm inevitably going to get my reputation really high. See, this is why I should probably look at my notes before I start the stream up again. This is something that I started doing with EU4 and then haven't continued into this, but I really should. So, basically, last time I was thinking, I've got these evil party members, right? I've got Kagane and I've got Viconia. And I was thinking, hey, when my reputation gets too high, these people are going to drop the party. They're just going to drop out because they're too high, and I will never be able to get them back in the party again because there's no way I'm going to get my reputation low enough to get them in the party again. So... one thing that I could do is, and the other thing that I didn't do is I also didn't check when these things become available. So give me a second. So when does Dorn's side quest become available? Yeah, you need to be in chapter 5 in order to get access to the second half of it. So, what is... So, I think... Okay, so I think that I should be able to do this now. I should be in chapter 3 by now, right? I am in chapter 3, so I can actually do Nira's quest now. That's good to know. So Nira I can do, and what's the other guy's name? Rasad in Bashir. Oops. Okay, so that one requires that I go to Baldur's Gate. So that requires that I get to Baldur's Gate as well. Which means that we have a while yet before we're going to be able to do those two quests. So I guess what we're gonna do is, do we want to pick up our friend, a friendly friend? Okay, so we're gonna explore this area, and I think pop forward a bit. So, damn it, my click did not register, which is a problem. All right, so I think that these things have a really unfortunate AI pattern, if I am correct. I don't think I want to put her in at all. So we should be able to probably just deal with these. So I think that these things are just attacking the closest party member. So as long as Severia is not the closest party member, it should be fine. Yeah, that's looking like what it is. So with that being the case, this is attacking Severia. That one's also attacking Severia. This one's attacking Severia now. That's unacceptable. They actually seem to immediately change their target. Oh shit. So this one is going to be causing problems. We're going to move. Alright, so we just cleave through these. Whoop, no. Oh, whoops. That one actually followed all the way over here. Those natural 20s, man. Let's go. Oh, right, she's fatigued, so we definitely don't want her getting hit. When you're fatigued, damage against you is also increased, I think. I think you take, like, I think that the effects of bad luck are going to also increase all damage taken, as if, basically in the opposite way that good luck reduces it. Okay, so... Nope, that's not the right person. Hit 6, but I hit 5. Okay, we're gonna bury ourselves in this thing's body. Okay, this thing seems reasonably single-minded. So I think if Kagane is in melee with it, he should be able to get this thing tanked. So we have a shit ton of undead here. This was not how I should have handled this. The undead are no fun. Well, that's fine. So we should be able to probably just cleave through these things. I'm pretty sure that they have an AI pattern that's relatively singularly focused. Obviously, we're tired, which hurts our DPS. Luckily, it doesn't hurt Kagane any, but The fact that my DPS is lower does hurt him because it means that he's going to have to tank for longer. So, unfortunately, he's having a rough time here. But we'll cleave through all these, and then we can move toward the entrance of this building. I'm wondering the specifics on how we want to handle this. There's an NPC here who we might want to pick up. We might want to replace Kagane, because we do have another NPC that's available here. I think we're going to do it. We're going to pick up this NPC, and it'll be great. Alright, so we're here at the entrance. We can just pop inside. You see, I happened upon this talking chicken. Chickens don't talk, so quite obviously it's a polymorphed being of some kind. Clearly you've never met a druid, friend. Because, of course, a druid can talk to chickens, so chickens do talk. Let's see, spells such as that wear off in time or can be dispelled. Tis a simple matter and one not worth the waste of my day. I'm quite aware of the mute status of chickens, thank you very much. Yes, this is a transformed man, but it's also a man who claims to be your apprentice. What gall do you have to expect to have from me? A student wishes to learn. This fool only wishes to have knowledge. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so... You're willing. There must be a dead element, yes. Let's do the reincarnation. And that, as they say, is that. I fear our young friend did not survive the casting, and I feel a touch weary myself. Such are the ways of magic, unpredictable at the best of times. Don't feel responsible for his death, there was little that we could have done. His body simply couldn't withstand the change once again. A lesson, I suppose, for the rest of us. Take good care to treat found items with respect. If you'll excuse me, I have work to do. I imagine you've a dungeon to storm somewhere. I wish you intelligence, because luck runs out. Also, this is some bullshit. This quest gives different amounts of experience depending on the completely randomized, like, situation of whether he dies in the process or not, and that's some bullcrap. Let's see. Hey, Poutine. What am I gonna do? Ooh, I could buy a potion case. I'm gonna buy a potion case. I didn't realize that there was a potion case. That's a great item to have. Okay, so we now have access to a bunch of spells that we are gonna want to pick up. So we want Mirror Image. There's 3 Mirror Image spells available. The Poor Apprentice. So basically what happened here, so I'm gonna explain it, because I'm not really in the mood to go through this whole plot again, because I've just done it too many times, right, to read up through all this stuff. But basically what happened to the apprentice is the apprentice decided that he would steal a bunch of magic items from the mage and run away. One of the magic items that he stole was a magical bracer or something like that. That magical bracer was something that the mage had found in a ruin of Netheril, which is this extremely high magic level location that doesn't exist anymore. It's like a fallen empire, basically. I'm only gonna get one invisibility scroll, I think. So anyway, so he decided that he would steal that. And that went about as well as you would expect. It turned out that which was in this very strongly protected container, was actually a cursed item that the guy was studying. And that cursed item basically turned him into a chicken. The way that they tried to get him out of chicken form, the way that they tried to unchicken him, was by doing a reincarnation spell. Now, weirdly enough, a reincarnation spell, that's a cleric spell. That's that's a priest spell. So I don't see how this guy would have possibly been able to cast it. But oh well. But they tried to do a reincarnation spell. So what a reincarnation spell is in Dungeons and Dragons, there's multiple different types of sort of like bringing a person back from the dead. And one of the ways, so there's raise dead, there's resurrection, and then there's reincarnate. So raise dead requires that the body be relatively intact, and it's basically like a heal spell that allows you to also bring the soul back, but it's like basically a healing spell. Resurrection basically recreates the entire body that the person used to inhabit and calls the soul back. So it doesn't require the original body, but it's a very powerful spell. And then you have reincarnation, which is a little different. Reincarnation creates a new body for the target, like a completely new body that doesn't have to be the same species, doesn't have to be the same gender, doesn't have to be the same anything as the original body. And so reincarnation allows you to basically bring the same person back in a completely different form. They're completely physically different, but they are mentally the same. I don't think you can reincarnate as a cow with a humanoid intelligence creature, but I could be wrong on that. But I think that you have to match type in some way, shape, or form. But I could actually be wrong on that. I could actually be wrong. You might not have to. Let's Google this because I'm actually curious. This is very interesting. This is more interesting than picking up spells. So it's actually randomized. So, but yes, it will do a random race, so you can become any of the normal races on a D100 table. But obviously, if you wanted to, right? If you wanted to, you could create a new table, and you know, depending on how you want to role play it, you certainly could role play it that way. But that's not read as written. That is not what the spell does. It does not allow you to just sort of put someone into the body of a cow. But there's no reason why you wouldn't theoretically be able to do so, because the table that you have there is actually largely arbitrary. And I'm just going to reload for spells because the last time I didn't reload for spells, it ended up like screwing me over and costing me the entire run because bad things. So we're going to write this and invis. Who do we want to have invis? Not her, because she needs mirror images. Do we want to... I think we're going to have to put all of our things into mirror image for her for now. Eventually, she might be able to afford to use blur. But for now, we're going to just put things into mirror image. She doesn't need those. She currently has... She has 3 castings. I think we're going to give her invis. So hold undead we could give to somebody. I could give that to her. Yes, this game also has Otoluk's Resilience Sphere. Yeah, this game has a lot of like cool spells like that. So Odaluk's Resilience Sphere is in this game, and you can use it to tank uh, with potentially. There's a lot of good utility in that spell, so we'll see. We'll see how we end up using it, but almost certainly we're going to be using Otoluk's at some point because it's just such a good spell. It's so fun. But we'll see. We will see. I might not end up using it because he's too OP, man. Too OP. We're just going to deposit all of these. So I'm trying to figure out who I want to put Hold Undead onto. I wonder if I were... I'm actually curious how it's coded with the how armor is coded, because now that I think about it, depending on how it's coded, I might need to get some splint mail. Is it splint mail that's good against crushing? There's certain types of armor that's actually good against crushing, and I'm wondering if I combined that with not spirit armor. Spirit armor, though, we are probably going to want to give to her, right? Yeah. Giving her long duration buffs makes sense. So we've got Spirit Armor. Spirit Armor is going to help us with our Kensai eventually, but for now, we can stick with the other stuff. Yeah, so thank you for that, CamDog. So theoretically speaking, if you were to cast a spell that gives you a better AC value, that modifier to your AC for things like crushing should hypothetically still work, even though the armor isn't what's giving you your armor class natively. So that armor bonus should probably still work. Okay, that's what I was figuring. So as an example, you could use full plate armor for piercing and slashing, and then swap over to something else paired with paired with spirit armor for the others. So that's good to know. Let's see here. Who do I want to have Hold Undead? Hold Undead, Hold Undead. You know what? I'll just give it to Sylvia. Why not? It's the worst that could happen. Worst thing that could happen is I have that beautiful waste. You know what? Maybe we should give this to the person who's actually going to have a higher spell level. Yeah, it's an interesting little interaction, right? And it makes sense, right? It makes sense that the native properties of the armor would still apply, even with your that not being the primary armor, so to speak. But let's find out. That is so much damage. She does so much damage. Alright, so let's see here. Sorry, I'm being slow. We got Grease, we got Burning Hands, we got Armor. We already picked up Blindness. We can pick up another Protection from Petrification just for the hell of it. We should probably pick up Protection from Evil. And do we want Horror? Honestly, I find Horror to be extremely annoying, so I don't think I want Horror. Do I want Hold Person? Could get Skull Trap. This is theoretically reasonably useful. So this would be 3d6 right now. Oh, this allows you to have temporary HP. Interesting. I don't think I'm going to take that. I think I am going to take Hold Person. And give that to her, maybe. And I'm going to take... I don't really need the damage spells. I certainly don't need the money, so I should probably just pick them up anyway. Because why not? But I'm not going to. I'm not going to waste the money. Okay, so we have 2 Scrolls of Protection from Evil. And this lasts for 2 rounds per level. We're going to want to put that on our Bard, because our Bard is going to be the highest level spellcaster. She also has a lot of castings, so it's very easy to... She does not have a lot of castings. She's the one with a lot of castings. Okay, well, let's swap this over to her then. And she's going to get the second casting of this. She's going to get the second casting of this. She's going to get it. Second edition mechanics are really weird. Okay, we do not need those. We're going to get protection from evil. I was thinking I'd need protection from petrification, but I'm going to get one of these blinds. I'm going to instead take one casting of this. Because you know at some point I'm going to be just forgetful and not rest before I run into a basilisk. So. That's all you're talking about. I can't hear what I'm thinking. Of course you can't. You need to say it out loud first. Here's the plan. I'm going to break into this very highly secure wizard's den. It's going to be great. I can totally get away with it. Let's see. What do I want to do? Oh, right. I guess I should probably figure out what I want to do here. I actually have Odaluk's Resilience Sphere already. I have Glitter Dust. Glitter Dust is kind of a cool spell. We have Feeble Mind. I don't think we're going to be able to use Feeble Mind until the expansion. So... let's see here. Do we want to rest? I mean, obviously all my characters want to rest, but we don't care what they think. Do we want to rest? I think I'm just gonna leave. Am I gonna leave? Fine. We're gonna take a nap, and we're gonna get attacked by these. Unfortunately, these things have Hobgoblin AI, so. Oops. We're going to blind you. And I think that their AI pattern is also going to prevent me from... I can't use blind and then melee them to death because they have an AI pattern that will respond to melee attacks even if they can't see the target. Oh, whoops. Oh, right. Was I going to pick up Kavan? Oh, we got knock. Nice. Not that it matters. We already have a... Let's see. I'm not sure what you mean, Earman. What are you referring to? Oh, Jesus. Well, bye. There's no way on earth we're going to be able to handle this. Let's see. We have Hold Undead, but we don't have it. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe there is a way that we can handle this. I'm gonna pull everyone back except you. Ah. Well, in Baldur's Gate, there's no real expectation of balance in that regard. The relative difficulty of encounters fluctuates dramatically. There we go. So she has magic resistance. Who's this? Silveria. Yeah. And you know, there's something for that design as well. Like personally, I actually like having the ability to have certain encounters. They're just way harder, right? That are available to you, but which you're probably not going to be able to handle. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's, you know, it's not something that you always want, right? But sometimes it's a type of gameplay that's fun to experience. Because it basically depends on whether you want the game to play like a video game and have balance in that regard, or whether you want it to be like a more... or whether you want to fear for your life, basically. Do you want to actually be concerned about the enemies that you have that you're going up against? Or do you want to be, you know, expecting that everything that you face you can handle because the game has been designed to allow you to handle everything that you face? So anyway, like I remember, God, I think it was Final Fantasy II, maybe? But one of the Final Fantasy games, in the very beginning of the game, you had the ability to go to like endgame areas immediately. And if you did, you would probably just die horribly along the way to random encounters that were way too powerful for you. And I like that freedom, and I really like that kind of stuff. But generally speaking, second edition D&D is not... There's no even conceivable concept of balance in second edition D&D. There's very much, you know, if you aren't a wizard, you are not even a second-class citizen. You're just not a person. If you're not a wizard, then you're doing it wrong in second edition Dungeons and Dragons. And the wizard might occasionally desire to have non-wizards around to cast spells on. If that makes any sense? But at its core, the wizard is the one who's doing all the heavy lifting, right? Like, how is it that you make your fighters powerful? Oh, you cast improved haste on them, right? You know, what's the best tank in the game? A wizard with one of a million different spells that they have, which are all self-cast only. Things like that. You know, best DPS in the game, slap a... whatchamacallit? Slap on spellcast reduction time gear onto a mage and then cast their entire spell book instantaneously, which, by the way, is so delightful, especially if you're a wild mage and the first level spells can be dragon breaths. Oh, so delicious. Oh, it's so delicious. There's nothing better than casting so many nukes at someone that the slow casting nukes do not even have a chance to reach the target before the target is vaporized. It's delicious. Oh man. Let's see here. Do we want? Yes, we're going to. That's not my tank. That's not my tank either, actually. Strangely enough. I don't want to talk. So we got a ghoul here. Oh, Shit, you got 2 goals. Oh, that's not how you do it. Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. So this is conceivably going to cause problems for me. Who is it? You. Oh Jesus, there's so many ghouls! I was not expecting that many ghouls. Okay then. Hi, friend. So that thing's just gonna wander off now. Oh, no, 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 no. Calm down, friend. Calm down. Okay. Do we want to heal you, Kagain? Probably not, right? Because I think we're gonna kick Kagain for a while after we finish here. Now that we've got the mirror images, Kagain isn't as relevant. We don't really need another tank because we got Silria. She's got 36 HP. Why would you need more than 36 HP? And how close are we to getting? We're not close at all to getting the 4th level spells. Why am I keep thinking that she's my tank because historically speaking, she's usually one of my tanks. You know what? We're gonna dive in. That's fine. We need to get closer to you, so we switch to melee. Nope. Come here. Good boy. Okay, so now I'm gonna cast. Do I want to cast Hold Undead on these when I know that there's a bunch of zombies around? So we'll be able to get a bit of damage out. And we will see how this goes. One thing that I have noticed that I find strange is that I do feel like we're getting... I do feel like things are not making their saves as often as I would expect them to. Like, I'm pretty sure that we still have never failed to hit a low-level target with a hold person spell. What you got? 16. Alright, so we can basically just blow these up. I'm really glad that I realized that I could double the frame rate and that would double the speed that the game runs at. It's just so much more pleasant. Because this game has always been very slow in terms of its gameplay, and it's nice to be able to, you know, not wait around. It's kind of like how once I got used to, or once I had played, oh jeez, what is that game called? Once I played Final Fantasy X, like going back to the old Final Fantasies where you have to, it's basically turn-based, but you have to wait for the turn to come back, is just, it just feels so slow and clunky compared to the turn-based mode. And there's a similar situation going on here where it's like, I can pause whenever I want. I don't need to have 6 seconds per round. You know what I mean? Like, with the way that I play with auto pause and things like that, like, it just doesn't feel like I need it. And it's so nice to be able to just say, oh, wait, I can just double the frame rate and that'll double the speed of the game? This is great. This is glorious. All right. Are we going to fight everything in here? All right. First things first, let's get rid of you, because we can. Giving him throwing axes just because we don't want them to break. Let's see, that's interesting. Okay, so that was very weird. We're going to take your small shield +1. You didn't come with that. Take the Elves Bane. You certainly didn't come with that. Pancake Plate. You didn't come with that. You did come with armor, though. Maybe I should give some armor to you, friend. So we have all these spells. Maybe we should put them in our scroll case rather than carry them around. We just have like the bowl of water elemental control. We have all these random spells. Oh man, going on a robbing spree is actually pretty fun. Do not go on any robbing sprees. It is not fun. This stream does not in any way, shape, or form condone robbing people and or animals and or penguins. Penguins, of course, are not really animals, as we've established in the past. We have not established that in the past, but we're going with it. And we're going to go ahead and remove Kagain from the... No. We're going to talk to you. So, ready to smite evil. Hunting bandits? Okay, sure. I'm really glad that I don't know whether this is SCS that did this or whether this is now part of the base game, but I'm really glad that these characters are just given the experience so that I can level them up myself and decide what I want to do with them. It's very, very convenient. We can actually put a third point into 2 weapons though. That's interesting. He already has 2 points in longbow. He has 2 points in halberd. Do we have anything else that we would want to give him? Yeah, it's a really nice change. There's no reason for him to have another point in that. We're going to give him 2-handed weapons, though. Is he going to use it? Probably not, but it doesn't matter. And he does not come with a composite longbow, so I guess we're going to give the composite longbow to him, are we? No, we're just gonna have to buy another composite longbow. But yeah, that was a really good change because it's always annoying having to deal with like when you have characters that auto scale to your level, you inherently have a vested interest in picking them up as early as possible because otherwise you can't customize them to do what you want with them. And being able to just customize them however you want, no matter when you pick them up, it's a huge quality of life improvement. Because I actually remember a game that had a similar issue. I'm trying to remember. Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross has a similar situation where any character that you pick up early in the game is going to be better than a character that you pick up later in the game inherently. They're just going to be better right out of the box because the earlier you pick them up in the game, the more bonus stats they can get from in between levels. And there is a catch-up mechanic in that you're more likely to get bonus stats. The way the system works is a little strange. You're more likely to get bonus stats the further your stats are from what you're expected to have in below, and you're less likely to get the bonus stats the further they are above the value. But the way that the system works out, it still works out in such a way that the, like, girlfriend that you pick up at the very start of the game was like this god queen of destruction that could destroy all things with her frying pan. And she had like better magic, better strength, better everything than everyone else. And part of that is luck, part of that is RNG. But anytime I would pick up a new character, I'd pick up like some, huge burly person, and it's like, this burly person has like 4 less strength than my person with a frying pan. Alright, we're going to pop out since we picked up Kavan, and I don't really feel like fighting all these undead. We could try to go to the Ankheg place if we want, but I think we're just going to go straight to the bandit camp. Ooh, that looks cool. I didn't remember there being a person here. Alright. Saving the game, saving the game. Down we go. And do we want to rest in the bandit camp? Do I actually want to explore this whole area? I'm feeling kind of lazy. It's really weird. I'm just like, I kind of just want to go murder things, but at the same time, I'd like to murder humanoids because humanoids are so much easier to kill. Because I can cast Hold Person like 12 times. You people are lazy assholes. You've only been awake for 40 hours. Calm down. Calm down. Okay, so we're going to go in here, and it's going to be good. It's going to be great. Presumably. Oh, you know what I should have done? Because that would have been smart. I probably should have gotten the invisibility spell so that I could just go around the camp and do everything. The invisibility spell is a spell that I always use to just fully explore the area with my rogue before I actually start doing anything. For every area in the game, it transitions gloriously. So I guess what we're going to do now, because we don't have Kagain anymore, is we're going to have her bait. Come with me, my little friend. It's time for you to die. Oh, Jesus! Natural 20. You know what? This is not going to kill it, though. And it is swapping to Severia. Hopefully we get this off before... Okay. Unfortunately, that does mean that we have to heal her. Those nat 20s, man. Serious business. Nat 20s are scary. I think what we're going to do... Okay, we're going to do something really dumb because it's going to be funny. Okay, we're going to just charge in here. Hold Person is an AoE, you know. There's really not as many creatures here as I thought there would be. Whoop. That's a lot I want. You are a normal bandit. You are not a Black Talon elite. Oh, that was... Oh, there was a... Oh, Ardenor crushes one of those hobgoblins. That bandit hit on a 15? Ooh, that was unexpected. I was thinking that they just got lucky there. Did I forget to equip something? I should have -6. Oh, she doesn't have the Bard aura. That's okay. So that's still surprising though. Negative 15. Let's see. We don't have the slashing one, but we should put on. We should equip the thinger anyway. Where is my girdle piercing? So that's dangerous that that thing was hitting me on that lower roll. A 15 is really serious. Anything I can do to deal with that? I mean, yeah, of course there is. I could just cast Mirror Image. But is there anything a bit more permanent that I can deal with that with? Because I'm going to be kiting. I did not equip the Girdle of Piercing. I equipped the Belt of Antipode. Because I'm cool like that. And 17 dex. I like how I only have one character that has less than 18 dexterity in the party. Okay. What am I going to do here? I guess I could just, you know, pull a little more sensibly instead of pulling the entire world all at once. And the bandits actually aren't that big a problem because they are... They're gonna be... So, also, I have a question, and Cam Dog, I think you are one of the people that would be a good person to ask about this. So, I've got kind of conflicting information while I was Googling about this, because I was curious and a little concerned. When I use Hold Person, it's very common that things sort of... I found that people... or things fail the saving throw much more frequently than I would expect. And what I'm curious about is that there's apparently some sort of auto-pause issue where if you auto-pause on spellcast, you'll get multiple messages and multiple saving throws rolled, but supposedly that those are different parts of the spell that are not actually the functional part of the spell. That is what, as far as I can tell. Is it possible that they're getting multiple saving throws in order to, and if any of those hit, they are failing outright, or is that just that low-level enemies have such trash saving throws that they are basically guaranteed to fail regardless? Because with the -5 bonus that they get from this difficulty setting, I'm really surprised how commonly low-level enemies get hit. Because it's basically like a 100% chance. I don't think I've seen a failure. I don't want to be fighting Ardenor Crush manually, so we're going to be casting another one of these. So he's making his saves. Making saves like a champ. Jeez. Oh, it's so painful. So what was that on? That was on a 19, and that is slashing damage, so there's not a damn thing I can do about it. Why are you barehanded? You don't even have barehanded as an option. That was weird. There we go. Okay, so we got that thing on the ground for a second. So it's possible for him to fail. We're going to have to pull her back. Pull her back as well. Okay, it's now on someone else, which means that I can try... There we go. So we got Ardenor Crush held. Unfortunately, we also wasted a Hold Person after the fact, but that's fine. Ooh, Suri levels up. Get wrecked. as they say in the business. So we're going to go ahead and level you up. So we don't want a second point in two-handed weapon style. That's just not going to be valuable. I'm going to go ahead and put another point into two-handed. So with another point in two-handed weapon style, we'll have the ability to... we'll be able to use a certain sword that gives free action later much more effectively. And, I mean, I guess we won't use it that much more effectively. No, I mean, it gives us an extra half attack per round, so... Even... Oh. Hello. Tursus. There we go. Larlock's Minor Drain, and we get it. And one of the other great things is that you don't have to wait nearly as long for detecting traps on the double speed. I'm so happy. This is like the best quality of life improvement ever. I haven't played Baldur's Gate in a long time because it's just kind of slow, right? Like the gameplay is kind of slow. And, you know, I've played this game to death. You know, like, I've played so much of this game. But, like, let's see. It's just nice. It's just nice to have the double speed and get to enjoy yourself. There's a Flind, a Null Vet. You know what? We're not gonna cast anything. We're gonna pop outside, and then we're gonna say, hey, you're in the back. You're not gonna get canceled, because you're not gonna be able to cast anything. So there's one attacking Severia. That's never a good thing, but... Oh, Jesus! Okay. Let's see. So they both use the Infinity Engine. I think there's slight differences in the specific implementations of the engine, though I could be wrong on that. I'm not a game developer, so I'm basically aware of how this kind of stuff works, but some of the behind the scenes stuff I don't understand very well. But the groundwork behind the two systems, I think, is using the same thing. So kind of like whatchamacallit, how like everything uses the Unreal Engine at this point. Like even RPGs use even like, you know, isometric RPGs are using the Unreal Engine at this point, right? God, that has to be like the most profitable like thing in existence, right? But yeah, thanks. All of those are Infinity Engine games. All the things that CamDog just listed. In terms of like the actual like under the hood stuff, they all use that same basic engine, but I think that there's differences in the way that a lot of the stuff is implemented. So they're not always going to have perfect overlap in things that you might think are system-wide are not going to go across to all the games that use that system. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just a matter of the kinds of things that I think of as systemic as opposed to, like, part of the game. Because I'm a weirdo. There is... Oh, shit. Yeah. Why are you in here anyway? Okay, we should not have gone in there with the entire party. That was silly. We should... Let's see. Isn't it nice when they group up so that you can cast on all of them? Oh shit. Okay, well one of them is not crowd controlled, and it hits with crushing damage. So we're gonna go ahead and swap this in. And hopefully... That's a 13?! Oh no! That's not good. We have a lot of paralyzation. I don't want to use it though. I think we're gonna blind the Flint. Okay, it's now blind, and we're going to move her away from it. Nope. Swap to this and start shooting at it. Never mind, shoot at something else. Unfortunately, I only have one hold person. I guarantee you that these effects are going to wear off before... Alright, so no, get away. Oh shit. Okay, so we're just gonna... You know what, maybe... Yes! Okay, she's now too far away for it to see her, so... Okay. Haha! Let's see. Yeah, I knew that you were... I knew that I recognized your name, Camdog, and I wasn't sure which part of development you were in. I knew that you developed something. Let's see. Let's see. I also didn't want to call you out, in case you wanted to remain anonymous. Nope, nope. There we go. There we go. So we can go in here. Oh, shizzle. We got more. We got more gnolls. Gotta kill him, gotta kill him, gotta kill him. Gnolls have annoying AI, don't they, actually? So let's go ahead and say, get the fuck down on the ground. Okay, so you are going to need to do the same thing. There we go. Hey, come on, level up. Don't bother me. I like, come on. Let's see here. We got dual halberd. He doesn't have any skill with a one-hander. Should I give him some one-handed skill? Just for the hell of it. I'm trying to remember what weapons are in the game. Oh, you know what? I'm going to give him dagger skill. Having dagger skill is useful. Pink portrait packs? Wait. What are pink portrait packs? This sounds right up my alley. This sounds right up my alley. Is this a thing? Like all the characters are all pink all the time? Oh. Nope. Nope. That's not the right character. Whoopsies. So we're taking way more damage than... Are you, though? I thought you hated your own people. I guess that backstory doesn't really come into play until Baldur's Gate 2, does it? It's not really explained why she's up here, just puttering around in Baldur's Gate 1. To a degree, I guess it was just one of those things where it's like, oh my god, drow are so popular. We gotta have the drow in here. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna click on this link that you've linked because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to see it later. So we're gonna click on this. I approve. So basically, is this going to change the in-game portraits for the NPCs? Would that like change their portraits, or would this be something for you to put for the protagonist? I guess you could do either, right? You just have to edit the appropriate files. I actually, if I swap into Baldur's Gate 2, I might figure out a way to dump those onto the NPCs. I haven't looked into how you change the NPC portraits before, but I can't imagine it's that difficult. I don't like the looks of you, I don't. This is funny. So this guy is not even gonna attack me. He's not going to attack me. That was bad. I apologize. I have no regrets. Let's see. What am I going to do here? If I dive into melee with these, then they can hit me. If I'm not in melee, they shouldn't be able to really hit me very effectively. They'll obviously hit on natural 20s, but outside of those, they'll just be wasting their time. So I could start doing a mass blind campaign. I think what we're going to do is pop in here. Fuck this shit. This is a shadow? This looks like a shadow. We are not very good at this. So I don't know if that's a shadow or not, but it's not helping us. So. I am super good at all of this stuff. So we have this place is laid out completely differently than I thought it was. I thought that this right here was going to be, because I wasn't paying enough attention, I didn't look at the map. I thought this section was actually further to the east, and that this section here was down here. So I am super smart. Are we going to go ahead and drop a web on top of these guys by putting one here? Y'all need to get out of here. Alright, so I held one bandit. So we know that the one in the center is held. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to try... Hello. So this one was also held. We're going to grab this one. I'm actually going to dive this. And I can run away from him if he makes his saving throw. Unfortunately, he immediately ticked his thing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You know, these effects wear off a lot faster when... She's gonna die. That was very silly of me. Oh, man. That was good. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and try... Ah, shit. I didn't save after I was expecting to at least kill one of those things, but... No such luck. I should get a free action spell. So what we're gonna do... We're gonna have our Scald cast this web. And you are going to come forward. Oh, shit. Alright, so this is actually not in the hold radius. Oh, but it walked right into the hold radius. How convenient is that? Okay, yes. I need you to fall over, please. Or don't. Are you held now? Yes, perfect. That was really silly of me. So it looks like he broke out of the hold, and then it looked like he had gotten held again, but he did not. Okay, but he did get held again now, so. Okay, good. So with him down, we should be fine. We're not going to be fine because, again, I didn't actually recast the spell that I needed to recast. They're going to get at least one launch. Oh, they go. That's so silly of me. I just keep forgetting to recast it. I'm like, I don't need to recast the spell, right? It's like, yes. Yes, you do need to recast the spell. Don't be dumb. Ta-da. Were they? That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. What the fuck? Well, that's interesting. That was so weird. So this guy's gonna just kill me. That was not normal. That was such a weird bug. Yeah, that can go, like, multiple ways, right? Like, when it comes to people putting their, like, campaign characters into, media, there's a long and storied history with that, and some of those stories are better than others. I think that, like, you know, it's worked very well in this game, right? It's worked very, very well for this game. I think that certain other media could have done with not having it be fundamentally based off of the D&D campaign, because I guess part of it comes down to, are the characters based off of a D&D campaign, or is the entire central premise of your plot based off of a D&D campaign, right? As well, because I remember there were I was rereading Dragonlance, the Dragons of series, right? Like, so they have like Dragons of Autumn Twilight, Dragons of blah blah blah, Dragons of etc. And I remember I was rereading that series, and I've found. Oh shit! I missed this guy with the second web. Wow, I'm an idiot. Okay, just completely whiffed. He wasn't actually in the area of effect. Have a dope. Oh man. Alright, so let's see. What do we have here? Because we seriously should actually cast some of our better spells. Alright. We are going to have her come over here and this is made a little bit more challenging by the fact that they do have, you know, all these ranged attacks. Oh wow, that's not what I expected. Yeah, the problem with zooming out the camera is that you can end up it makes it harder to actually gauge the range on things. My range gauge is completely off now. I used to be able to gauge all these effects very well, but ever since I started zooming the camera in and out, I'm just completely screwing everything up. It's sad and depressing. I used to be good at this. So we have another one of these things here. That's not good. So we're going to blind you. Never mind, we're not going to blind you. Wait, who hit you? Are you kidding me? He didn't swap to melee. No. It's like, you know what? I don't need to swap to melee. I could just murder people in the back. Fine. Do we want to handle this in a more sensible way? Eat a good berry. Let's see how quickly I can get this off. Not fast enough. Not as fast as a thinger. So I guess that means that we are going to have to tank them with her, which means that we're going to have to rely on RNG a bit. Alright. So I guess what our goal is right now is for her to get a mirror image off and then dive forward. And then we basically are trying to get a blind off on everything, so that we basically just completely encap the whole pack. We could have done this with web as well. So both of them are blind. You need to move. And I'm going to cast a blind on you. I don't want to cast a blind on you. I can cast blind on the others. Blind on you. Blind on you. Did we... That did not go well. And... we got him blinded and then he rolled a 19 and still hit. Mistakes were made. Okay, fine. We're gonna have to use the web strat and then combine it with blind, I guess. So this one's gonna get blinded. Nope. Okay, so that one's held. Nope, it's not held. I would expect it to be held, but it's not. Now what I should be doing is I should just be giving this to her. Where's my ring? Okay. So you are held, and we need to blind you. Can we blind you from here? Nope. Get away. Problem. Okay. Okay, he's now blinded. So, all of the friends over here are blinded now. Wait, did he? No. So we have a few options on how we want to handle you. And I think we're just going to stick with the shoot him in the head until he's dead option. Okay, so never mind. This guy came from very far away. This should not be causing this many problems. Archers are basically a nightmare. But if I had Surrey with Invis, that would change the entire nature of what we're doing right here. Okay, we're going to apparently miss that guy because I cannot aim for the life of me. Okay, I think we just held this guy. Yes, we did. So that guy's held. And that guy's held. Perfect. And that guy's held again. So let's have you cast the blind. And we're going to cast another web, because we've wasted a shit ton of time on this already. So we've now got 2 webs up. Magic resistance, and he's held again, so we have at least a couple of rounds. Do we want to get him with another blind? We could cast Chant. You know what, we're just going to cast Chance, why not? So my concern here is that at any given moment, he could just come out of this. And we're going to... You're not even shooting. Oh shit. Any moment he can come out of this and just smack... okay. We're all fine. Everything's fine. This guy's gonna come out of this. This is gonna wear off. Do I want to blind him? I'm gonna blind him. Okay. Bandit's blinded, and so it only has the ability to hit her, and she has a ton of HP, so... Okay. That only took, like, 17,000, let's see. Oh, wow. Sorry, chat got really active. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I haven't been playing as many isometric RPGs lately because most of the stuff that I would want to play this kind of stuff with my wife. I wouldn't want to play it by myself. And I haven't been playing nearly as much of this kind of stuff anymore because I want to do it co-op, but there's not as many options for that as you'd expect. I've always been surprised how uncommon... Oh, oops. Yeah, unfortunately a lot of the stuff that I'm interested in is a bit dry for a stream game. You know? Like, I was really enjoying the train game, but nobody else was, unfortunately. Nobody was enjoying watching me do it. So, that's too bad. That's too bad. So... Problem is, these guys hit for an ungodly amount of damage. So... Actually... I'm curious about it. I'm actually just going to be looking at their damage output for a second, because... I think I saw a bandit shoot me for 18 damage earlier, right? That shouldn't be mathematically possible. Does anyone in the chat know if SCS modifies damage values for enemies? because I seem to recall. So when I was fighting Silky, she was meleeing me for 30 damage. Like I think I was hit by a non-crit for 28 points of damage, which is 14 damage base, right? Because it's the insane doubles the damage. But mathematically, with a quarterstaff +1, there's no way that a bard is hitting for that much damage unless they have like 25 strength. Does anyone know if there's some weird damage mods that happen with... Because I got shot for 18 damage by one of these bandits earlier. Does anyone know if there's weird damage mods going on? Because, like, these bandits with short bows should not be able to hit for 9 damage with a shot. Like, the damage values that they're looking at are illegal damage values, as far as I can tell. And I'm wondering if it's something going weird with their creature files in Legacy of Baal, or if it's something with SCS. And I'm not sure, like, which developer group to be asking about it, right? Because it's like, do I file a bug... This is why I don't play with mods, is because then if I'm filing bug reports, I don't know who to tell. Because, like, Silky, for instance, absolutely should not be... There's no way... She would have to have, like, 25 strength to be hitting as hard with her stick as she was hitting for. And that bard does not have 25 strength. There's no way that Silky actually has 25 strength. So, like... I don't know what's going on with her, but I was definitely noticing that her damage values were... No, she was hitting with her stick, her quarterstaff. So basically, in between spells, if her spell was interrupted, she would periodically swing with her quarterstaff, and she was consistently hitting for over 20 damage with her quarterstaff. And I think she has a quarterstaff +1, so she'd get the extra +1 from that. No, nobody was using a ranged weapon. But ranged weapons increase your chance to be hit, not your damage taken. Like, it gives you it gives a +4 bonus to hit for the enemy, right? Doesn't give a damage bonus, as far as I'm aware. Really? Let's see. Well, it couldn't have been... I'm trying to think of which targets she was hitting. What is it? Is it +4 to both damage and to Banger? Is it the same +4 bonus? Because the thing that would immediately come to mind is the possibility of a broken weapon triggering you to go into unarmed, and unarmed may be counting. Oh, interesting. That's really weird. It's good to know, though. That's a really great thing to know. I had no idea that there was a damage bonus from that. Do I want to... Oh, you know what? I should probably have healed Silvery a million years ago, because it makes my life a lot easier. We're going to go ahead and cast command. And we know that this thing has an extremely high accuracy, so there we go. But yeah, it's definitely possible that someone... Because it... Is it, though? I'd have to look at the video. I'd have to look at the video to see who was getting attacked, because I could see it hypothetically being possible that she would be hitting someone that was wielding a ranged weapon, because it's possible that she was hitting like my Scald or something. But I don't think so. I think the only people in melee range were the people that actually had melee weapons. Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't a critical, because I was paying attention to that. I got crit for like 40 or something like that at one point. Because she was just targeting random people, right? Because it's basically when she's doing her spell casting, and not all my characters can actually equip helms. I mean, Severia can't equip a helm, so... But, like, as an example, these guys are using short bows, right? Because they're thieves. Thieves can't use longbows, can they? Can thieves use longbows? Yeah, these guys are... And it wouldn't matter. Longbows don't do more damage anyway. So, like, I would think... There's no... Alright, we're just gonna shoot these down. So, as thieves, is there anything that you can do to modify your range damage other than get better ammunition? Because with D6 damage, these guys should do a maximum of 12 damage. And they've been hitting significantly harder than 12. Because you have D6 and then you double it. It could be that the damage mod is higher. I mean, obviously this guy can hit harder than that because he's got a composite longbow. But he didn't actually shoot me. Let's see. One of the things that I'm very curious about is whether there's like other stats being tweaked by Legacy of Baal, because a lot of that is kind of black box. It doesn't actually tell you what it's doing, and it's replacing the creature files. So I could imagine there being a problem with them, shall we say, getting a little bit of an extra boost. What do I want to do? I guess I'll just cast a web. The web should just deal with them. Oh, except for that. That's a serious problem. Another one just wanders in. Well, that's a bunch of damage on Kavan that didn't need to happen. Poor Kavan. It's like, oh, hey, another archer showed up. It's too bad that these guys don't consolidate better. It'd be kind of cool to have all of them attack at once. How much damage did I just take, actually? Why is this not allowing me to scroll up? Yeah. So Silveria took 16 missile damage from a bandit, which is an 8 damage hit. I didn't even notice that she had died, so it's a good thing that I was scrolling up there. But 18 damage from a... 8 damage is not a valid damage value. That's more damage than you could do with a short bow. They don't have magic ammunition. And they're not fighters, right? They're rogues. I'm just gonna heal because I'm having to reload way more than I'd like to. But I don't mind that things are hitting harder. I'm just curious why, because it's just one of those things where it's like, huh, well, that's interesting. This is not an amount of damage that I would expect. I guess they could just be coded as fighters. If they're coded as fighters, then they could just have, like, that's just weapon specialization in action, right? It would also explain why they're hitting so much. I think that they have, they seem to have quite a lot of attacks per round. And they get the +1 from Legacy of Baal, but I think that they actually have more attacks per round than I would have expected. Because a thief would have 3, but if they are counting as, you know, 13 to 16 levels fighters, they're going to have a full extra attack per round just from that. Because I'm on Legacy of Baal. If I was on Insane, then those web spells would have been a lot more effective. Since things would have actually died on time. Hey, buddy. Sure. You're dead, little worms. Very likely, but we'll see. Oh. Can I go in alone? What I'm looking for is for them to pack themselves on top of me. Because if they dogpile one character, then it's very easy for me to deal with them. It'd be a lot easier if my characters would actually cast the spells when I tell them to. So that's 1 down. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus! Oh, you bastards! Yeah, the -11 bonus to AC actually made me restart and put the Nightmare Mode EXP bonus on, because it was just too ridiculous. It's like, okay, so a level 1 caster can kill a Basilisk or any other creature just by casting Blind on it. A level 1 fighter can't hit anything ever and is basically complete dead weight until they hit level 7. Oh, the bandits are classed as fighters. Okay, so they're getting bonus damage from that then. Alright. Alright, so let's not dive the others this time. Okay. This thing is trouble because it might be coded differently. It might not be a humanoid for the purposes of spells. So this thing's held already, right? I think we're going to burst you down instead. Okay. That's good. I'm just going to keep commanding it. The fact that it's saved versus 2 separate things makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, that's fair as well. So I'd be curious. Do I still have that? At one point, I checked. I was tinkering with stuff and trying to figure out certain mechanics, and I have a program that I can look at the creature files directly. I'd be very interested to look at the. That's weird. I remember Cobalt Commandos dropping 5 fire arrows. That's probably what I'm using. That would be my guess. Because I would just be using whatever it is that seems the most normal. You know, I think we're going to run. Let's not. It's too bad he's not following me. If he was following me, that would make life a lot easier for me, but he's not going to follow me. So instead, we're going to go back in here, cast another command, cast another command. And start filling him with arrows, I guess. And start filling him with sword. Cast blind. He's blind and unconscious. Okay, we've now got another person on us. And we can get them dealt with. This guy has a bow. So we should probably deal with that. Alright, so he's held. Easy peasy. And this guy is blind. So since he's blind, we're just gonna pop out here. We're gonna put Kivon and her in here. I could try to melee him to death, but there's not really much reason to do that. Alright. So we have a magic bow. It's basically a piece of crap. So who has the ability to make some space for themselves? You can make space for yourself, but that doesn't really help me any. And where is my... She has that as well. 2 Warhammer +1s, yeah. Yeah, so that would explain the 8 damage that I took there, because that would give them a +2 bonus to damage, so if they rolled a 6, they would get that. I thought I saw an 18, but that there were actually several things that had composite longbows here, so something with a composite longbow could have done more damage than that if it was one of the named mobs, because there's a ton of names here that basically just look like everybody else. Okay, so these ancient places hold their secrets well. Ancient is probably a strong word. Time for what? You just saw me kill all these people. That was interesting. I wonder how that happened. Because it didn't treat it as a... Did I press the wrong button? Oh! I didn't press the wrong button. She's wearing armor, so I pressed the thievery button, but it doesn't activate it. So it doesn't activate it at all, so I just clicked on this after pressing the thievery button, but, you know, it's fine. Everything's fine. Why would anything not be fine? It all went well. Okay, so we're going to come over here. We're going to grab... Okay, we need to... It's time to organize our inventory! Woo! Let's see. We don't need the short bows. Screw those. What we can do is we can pop those arrows on her. Pop some more arrows on Kevon. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would explain it in and of itself. Let's see. Spell thrust. Let's see. Third level spell protections. So removing spell protections seems like a thing that she would want to be doing. And Hold Undead is a specialty spell, so we're going to go ahead and... Boop! Get it done. Alright, so we've got, again, as our Scorcher. I'm not going to save before these. I don't actually care if I get them or not. I also don't care about Stinking Cloud, honestly. I know that makes me a horrible person, but I don't care about Stinking Cloud. Web exists. This is true. So this is a major of fire resistance. So if I want her to actually use her thieving skills, I'm going to go ahead and just give her this. And let's see. We've got friends. Anybody? Alright. So, bolts. Or bullets, rather. What are they good for? Absolutely nothing. And shield. Oh, we actually can't identify these. Huh. Just gonna have to get an identify spell, yes. So this is +3 to Thaco and +2 to damage. So this would allow a person without 18 strength to actually compete with a person with 18 favorably. And let's see. So we could actually get a new Stinking Cloud had better be offended. Yeah, Stinking Cloud. That's weird. How could she have 3 pips and staves? Is it staves or staves? I still don't know. I still haven't looked that up. Because it looks like staves, but staves makes much more sense. Let's see. Those tricksy cheeks. Them tricksy. Because she's a bard, right? I assume she's a bard, not a fighter mage. Obviously, if she's a fighter mage, then it isn't as offensive. She's a human, so she could theoretically dual class fighter into mage. How cool would that be as a backstory? Is she's pretending to be a bard, but she's actually a fighter mage. She was a mercenary for the first half of her life, and then picked up magic at some point. I'm suddenly much more interested in Silky. Like, as a character than I've ever been in the past. As I think about the fact that, she has 3 pips and staves? That's not normal. Yeah, obviously you can do anything you want with a creature file. But it's just an interesting thing to think about. So for creatures, if a creature isn't a fighter, do they get the bonus, whatchamacallit? Attacks per round? Or are they bound in the same way that non-fighters are as players and they don't get bonus attacks per round? Like swashbucklers and stuff. Alright, so we completed this. It was actually way harder than I was expecting it to be. I was not expecting to have this much difficulty here, considering that things have been reasonably smooth so far. But I'm in kind of a, weird and lazy mood right now, so it doesn't surprise me much that I'm having difficulty with an isometric RPG that's entirely about pre-planning and strategy and is all about Saber die. Let's see. So we finished the Bandit Camp. We can go to Cloakwood if we want. Do we want to go to Cloakwood now? Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I would have expected it to use like a base APR and then have, modifiers to it in addition to that. Like I noticed that a lot of stuff seems to use like the wrong THACOs. Like if you look at like some of the wikis and things like that, I don't know if they still do, but when they first started showing like the actual like stats for things, I remember like the THACOs that people were showing on those were actually wrong because they weren't taking into account all of the stats that they had, and they were visibly wrong because it's like, oh, you know, Sarevok has a THACO of like 7 or something. He sure seems to be hitting on a -11 AC a lot more than I would expect. Hey, it's Elminster. I don't even remember him being here. All good things, I hope. That would depend on who you ask, now wouldn't it? For the most part, it would appear that thine actions are well intended and therefore received as such, much as I would have done. Though perhaps not using the same method, likely the clues also point thee in the same direction I would go. Sure, why not? What do you want to say? As thou hast no doubt determined, the clues seem to point to the Cloakwood Forest. 'Tis likely that the scoundrels behind the bandits have some sort of base within the wood. It's like, hey, dude, you could fix this whole problem. You know everything that's going on. You could resolve this so quickly, right? And obviously he can't resolve everything, right? But there's a lot of work he could do very rapidly if he was so inclined. So this gives a nice +2 bonus versus crushing. So I'm definitely going to want to have some splint mail on me at some point. Take. Oh yeah, I didn't even remember what Elminster actually looked like in the original game. I didn't remember that he didn't look like this. Hello. Let's make friends. Silria is bad at making friends. Life is sad. So this is there's biting. We need to pick up Nero so we can get that jewel case. That's gonna make a lot of difference in our lives. Inventory management. Was that a potion of explosions? Yes, it was. Oh, we have stuff to put in our scroll case. Yeah. Alright. Nobody can learn this. Nobody can learn this. Okay. Holy crap, this is so cheap now. I'm gonna go ahead and buy this. Just for the hell of it. It's too bad Severia can't use it. Greetings, Ashcore of the Lotus Shell clan. Let's... I think I should probably just put the Talos' gift on somebody. Where is it? Where'd it go? I'll just put it on Severia. Easiest. And I guess we're going to sell some of this jewelry. I have a tendency to just hold on to jewelry for way longer than I really should. Just because I'm always worried that I'm going to sell one of these things. But I think in EE they've changed the name of all of the quest ones to actually demonstrate that they are not generic. I think. I'm not positive. Because, like, is this Joya's Flame Dance ring? That I never actually did that quest, so it might be. Oh, so he wasn't here originally. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna take a nap here. You must gather your party before venturing forth. Okay, so Cloakwood, here we come. I figured that I had just never seen him because why would I come to the Friendly Arm Inn before going to Cloakwood? Why would I sleep? Okay, we're going to trigger a trap, but... Get wrecked. Okay, so the other thing that I didn't do, that I'm going to do right now because I am lazy, is we're going to get rid of those webs and we're going to nap because the time has come for us to turn off the AI and put our rogue to work. So, basically we are going to go through this whole area and... You know, resting might have actually just screwed me over. Now that I think about it. Enhanced Edition hasn't fixed the problem of items just disappearing off the ground, has it? Oh, you know what I can do? Oh man, you know, these traps are not going to give enough experience to be worth it. What we're going to do is we're going to take this ring and we're just going to give it to her. And then we're just going to go everywhere. And if we see a trap, if we happen to see one before we trigger it, that's all well and good. If not, tough luck. I'm thinking of a different zone. I'm thinking of Cloakwood 2, I think. So this is a your Tesla. Do you know what the time is for that? All right, that would make sense. So as long as I actually get it on the first time I get here, we should be fine. Okay, so yes, I was definitely thinking of Cloakwood 2. This entire area is a different area than I thought I was in. So there's a single spider in that other place. And that's presumably a static spawn. There is a person here. And we could easily replace Kivan with Koran. Kagain to Kivan to Koran. This is a much more convenient way to explore an area than running around blindly with my whole party. Especially with the double speed. So that is a bunch of dread wolves. Are dread wolves undead? Probably. Okay, so we've got the hunting lodge here. And walking over here, walking over here. All right. So, this is the first one. We're just gonna blow this thing up. Oh, I guess I should have turned on the AI. Done. Alright. Nothing a few command spells won't handle. So, hey Aldith, how's it going? Oh, I apologize for my rudeness. I mistook you for... What rudeness? Sure. Good, I'm glad you have the sense of decency to help a man in my situation. Let me explain my predicament. My friends and I come here everywhere to do some sport hunting. This year, however, a group of woodland savages threatened us with bodily harm if we did stop our hunting trip. Being civilized men, we realize that it's well within our rights to hunt where we damn well please. After a few more days of hunting, the crass woodsmen lost all pretense of humanity and murdered Elbon, one of my oldest friends. I'm sure they plan to attack our cottage here, so we'd best be prepared. Trespassers and butchers of the wood, I, Seniyat, have come to administer the punishment that you have brought upon yourselves. Yet who are you who stand beside you? With them I have no quarrel. It is now to you I speak. These men have most likely duped you into protecting their sorry hides. They've not likely told you of the druid they've slain in cold blood. Allow you to rethink your earlier decision and leave these men to their deserved fate. Don't listen to these slavering wild men, my dear friend. They lie as befits their uncultured barbarians that they are. They have this great aloe vera balm, and my armor's chafing. What? Have you gone mad throwing in your lot with a band of madmen? You treacherous savages, you will now suffer for your foolishness. I'll deal with Seniyat after I deal with you. Okay, then. So, I guess we're just going to dive you. That is a hit from a 20. Okay. Getting hit on a 20 is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Are you guys going to swap? They're not going to swap weapons? They will. Okay, perfect. So, nope. He swapped back immediately. There we go. There we go. That's what I like to see. Okay, so unfortunately, Severia's over here tanking this guy, which she shouldn't have to because I have the capacity to deal with him. But it's fine. She's tanking it like a champ. And he is not going down. Okay, well, you know, suboptimal, but it's fine. We'll just loot the joint while we go through here. And there we go. These are just longbows. Hey, buddy. I congratulate your wise decision. I wish you well in whatever endeavor you now embark. If presence in the wood involves those known as the Iron Throne, then I would suggest you head west and then north. Be careful in your journeys. So, if I recall correctly... So, I'm going to go ahead and point this out. Okay? So this is something that is not explicitly mentioned in this. So you could easily imagine the druid getting killed in a hunting accident because druids shapeshift into, like, bears and wolves and things like that. You could easily understand how someone could accidentally kill a druid, right? Because they shoot a wolf or a bear or something, and it's a thing. What I'd like to point out is that this guy is going on this hunting party. He lies about the fact that they killed a druid, right? But beyond that, he has a weapon that explicitly gives a damage bonus against shapeshifters. It is very easy to make the assumption that this person, this guy, was actually literally hunting druids. And that's why he's here. He's not hunting for beasts. He's hunting for people in the shape of beasts. So I just thought I'd point that out, that because it just now clicked with me. This is the first time that I thought about it. But he has a damage bonus versus shapeshifters, and that's what druids are. So anyway, this hunting lodge takes on a whole new, meaning when portrayed through that light. Because it's easy to think that he's just some dope who, did something horrible and doesn't want to admit that he did something horrible, or legitimately doesn't know, right? Because I'm not sure if in this game, if druids shapeshift back into their normal form or not. Because traditionally, I say traditionally, but from 3rd edition and onward, I'm pretty sure druids shapeshift back into their normal form if they were to die in their other form. And in 5th edition, at the very least, they can't even die in their other form. The other form is a completely separate HP bar. But it's very common for things to shapeshift back to their sort of normal form when they are killed. But they don't necessarily even shapeshift back. So again, it would be easy to think, oh, okay, so this guy just doesn't even know that what he did. He seems like a dope, but there's a pretty sizable clue, I think, with that plus bonus to shapeshifters, because that's an enchanted weapon that he has for a reason, right? Like, you don't just randomly have a, shapeshifter slaying longsword. Yeah, there's a lot of thought that's put into the unique items in the game, and there's a lot to the plot, and there's a lot of, well, maybe not the main plot or anything, but there's a lot of stuff that's kind of implied as opposed to explicitly stated at various points, which I really appreciate. I love having things not told to the player, because why would you want to tell your audience things when you could merely imply it in very subtle ways? Or not so subtle ways. Alright, so this is actually a problem. I've got 3 of these assholes on me. We need to... Do you have the girdle of piercing? You do not. So let's get the Elsbane on here. And at some point I'll figure out the difference between how the belt of hand... Oh, that's bad. I think we are boned. Because I think that's going to just kill her outright. Maybe not, because I'm used to the... Oh, no, that's another natural 20. So yeah, she's going to die before I can get a heal on her. You can do it. You can't do it. I believe in you. My faith was misplaced. Alright, so we're going to just pull the next spider. We are going to equip the girdle of piercing first. So we should be able to clear this thing out. They don't hit very hard with their actual attacks. The only thing that they have is they do the poison damage, which is a considerable danger. We're about to get access to 4th level cleric spells. I haven't really had a huge amount of use for them yet. Defensive Harmony has its uses, but it unfortunately has such a low duration that it can be very difficult to make much usage of, just because it just doesn't last very long. So with such a tiny duration, it can be trouble making good use of an effect like that. Okay, we're going to have you swap to your polearm. Yeah, the spiders luckily seem to just focus fire one target and call it a day. Makes my life easier. So she's about to hit level 9. That's cool. We're about to hit level 8. About to. We need 20,000 more experience. She has a lot of EXP to go. So she's going to hit level 6 mage. I don't think she's going to hit level 7 mage. Right. No, she's not going to be able to hit level 7 mage. So she's about to max out her mage levels. Thanks for the follow, where the slime lives. So we've actually completed... Oh, wrong character. We actually completed his mission, Kivan. So I think we're probably going to drop Kivan and replace him with Corrin. Done. So... Oh, Jesus. Those natural 20s, man. I was planning on just, like, letting this one not be held, but I just can't, I can't justify it. I think this heals for 14, right? Yep, we're gonna drop Kavan. Okay, so you need to give me these back, and you need to give me this back, and you can keep your stuff. And you know, you're not gonna keep this either, but you will be able to keep this composite longbow that I gave you, and I guess you should probably have some ammo, huh? Okay, look, I'll give you 30 arrows. You don't need more than that. Is there any reason whatsoever to give these NPCs equipment while I'm getting rid of them? No. Does it matter? No. It's refreshing to find other people in the wood. I'm Quran, thief and archer. I've been alone in the wilderness for far too long. I wouldn't mind returning to the big city, but I have yet to collect my bounty. I'd share the reward with a lot of you if it would hasten the hunt. You interested in hearing more? Sure. Good. I'm glad you're smart enough to recognize an opportunity when it comes knocking. The deal is this. I've been hired up by the mayor of Baragos to hunt out a great winged dragon that's been plaguing the caravan routes. He's offered 2,000 gold for its head. Now, before you get cold feet, let me allay your fears. The only descriptions of the beast I've always mentioned its deadly barbed tail. From what I know about dragons, they don't have barbs on their tails. That's something unique to wyverns. So, all we have to do is find the wyvern's nest and kill it. Our only worries are if it has friends over for dinner. So, what's your decision? Yay or nay? Yay! Let's see. Very well, then. We shouldn't tarry any longer. Let's collect the heads of these soon-to-be-sorry wyverns. There's a Conan reference? Oh, is it that when he refers to himself as a thief and a warrior or something like that? Is that like a quote from Conan? It is a good time for us to go our separate ways. Perhaps we will meet again. Perhaps we shall, sir. So this is a fighter thief. I had actually no idea what his class set was, so... Do we want to pump pickpockets for him? That's kind of silly. We could give him a bunch of hide and shadows. We don't need find traps or open locks with him. So what we could do is get this up to 100 and then get this up to 66 so that he can do backstabs. Because that could be fun. What is your skill set, friend? You are skilled with longsword, and you have 3 pips with longbow. Interesting. He has 3 pips with longbow, despite the fact that he should not be allowed to have 3 pips with longbow. So he's actually going to be a quite good longbow user, especially since we actually have this, and so we don't need the... So okay. Yeah, it's funny because I haven't seen the movies in a really long time, so I didn't really get the reference. There's a lot of cool references in this game. I highly approve. You don't have enough strength, probably. You have 20 dexterity. Well, hello, friend. Hello, friendly friend. So the Brawling Hands is going to give us extra dex. We literally don't have anyone to equip the Gauntlets of Dexterity on. The 2 NPCs we have would have it reduced. Their dex reduced by it. And all of my other people have exactly that, I think. Actually, is that true? No, she has 19. So, ridiculous. What are we doing? I think we are good to go. Are we going to have him backstab or use daggers? Also, this is a bastard sword, right? So this is a bastard sword. That's good to know. Probably going to want to offhand that, I guess, at some point. And Cloakwood. So we're just going to go to Cloakwood 2. I think it's Cloakwood 2 that I was thinking of. It is definitely Cloakwood 2 that I was thinking of. Hello, traveler. I'm Tibers. Can I take up some of your time? Before you attack, why is it that all the random people in the world think that I'm going to murder them? I don't understand. What troubles you, stranger? I'll find your brother for you. So his brother decided that because he had a Spiderbane longsword, that he should, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm reloading. I don't want to have to do this whole thing over again. I have to change her AI pattern or something. It was great that she's like, surface dwellers can be so stupid as the AI randomly shoots at Spider. One thing that would be great is if there was actually the ability to like have the stealth or hidden or invisible flag change the AI behavior. So the AI would not actually... Can I take this right now? Or will this make... Okay, so that's good to know. So... I should have saved before I did that, huh? Should have saved after I turned off the AI, too. So... An interesting thing about picking up objects on the ground is that you can pick up objects on the ground in more than one way. So you can pick up objects off the ground by going over and clicking on them. The other thing that you can do is you can actually you can move past them and then like pause while you're standing directly on top of it and get it. It's a huge nuisance to do. But it allows you to preserve your invisibility if you do it that way. I was curious if using this would actually preserve your invisibility. Because the way that I've always pictured it is if you're opening a container, right? Then opening that container is obviously going to... Well, I say obviously. I don't think mechanically speaking via 2nd edition rules it should. But it makes you visible. But when something's just sitting on the ground and you just pick it up, that does not do it. But because of the fact that if you click on the object directly, you're functionally opening a chest that contains that object. Like that pile, you're opening it. Whereas if you put something on the ground and then pick it back up, you are not. Let's see. You're not interacting with an object. Then it changes the mechanical interaction there. So if you are really desperate, you can pick up items by going into your inventory directly and doing it there. and without breaking your invisibility. You cannot do that for anything that's in a container, though, obviously. It's only for things that are sitting on the ground. Are you far enough away now? Oh, actually, he could just stealth over there and pick it up, now that I think about it. Because he doesn't need to be getting traps, so I'm just going to go deal with this first. Hey, Turbo Pub. Shit. Okay, you just wait here. There we go. Because he can just reapply the invis, unlike my invisible person. I'm also going to have to figure out how I want to handle Dritz. Does anyone know if Dritz uses actual, like, proper damage values now, or if he still uses his, like, God of Destruction, like, 6 die 10 or whatever damage that he used to do? Anyone know? Because I know that he now supposedly has his weapons equipped, which would imply that he's not using the creature file weapons that he was given that were just so ridiculously overpowered. Like, having him actually equip his swords would be a huge nerf to him, but I don't know whether they actually used an override to keep him at the same power level, despite having equipped dramatically weaker weapons than he had in vanilla. Because he was just terrifying. Yeah, I don't remember the exact stats on those base weapons, but they were nothing to sneeze at. I just realized that. Never mind, I didn't. We're fine. Alright, so we're just going to keep pulling. Okay, we're not going to go any closer, because once you see the Eder caps, you know that you're in trap territory. There's trap number 2. I think there's a trap on each of these lanes, basically. Alright, so we've dealt with that. I don't think Eder caps actually count as humanoids, unfortunately. You know, I should set my players against some Eder caps or something like that, just to throw them off. I've been setting them against, like, shadow shit recently. And it would be kind of fun to send them against some of the more classic D&D monsters. Yeah, he was clearly meant to be invulnerable, and I'm obviously he's not, right? People have been killing him for a very long time. But I'm just curious whether I'm going to have to deal with OG invincible Dritz, or whether I'm going to have to deal with a 15th level ranger, which is not not going to be hard for my party. There's a big difference between, you know, 15th level ranger and Ultra God of Destruction with, like, 2d20 or whatever nonsense weapons he's got. God, I remember him hitting me and me thinking, like, this is, like, these are damage values that this game does not have, It was like I was playing like a Final Fantasy game all of a sudden, right? Where it's like, wait, this is like, am I still playing the same game? Things don't hit this hard in this game. That was a long time ago, though. I was very young. So that thing, these things hit on quite a lot. They're not going to be trivially tankable like that. I'm not going to be able to just do a tank and spank there. I know it rolled a 20 there, but I don't think it rolled all of those as 20s. Don't think it was that lucky. And obviously, I could have just been paying attention and then I just know, but... Indeed. Indeed. I mean, the sleeper was killed. And that's just crazy. There is an EverQuest server where EverQuest 2 does not canonically happen. That is insane to me. Like, when you think about unkillable NPCs, right? Like, usually they're not, like, really that plot relevant in any meaningful way, right? Or, you know, they're plot relevant in the context of the story, and so they have, like, plot armor for that reason, but, you know, whatever. But, like, the sleeper was the entire basis of the next game. The entire premise of EverQuest 2 is basically, okay, so you remember that dragon that you stupid adventurers released, you know, 1,000,000 years ago? Yeah, it destroyed the world. Good job, friends. Well played. And on one of the servers, he was actually killed by the players. He actually was killed outright. And was not supposed to be possible, but they managed to do it. And that was one of the coolest, like, online experiences that I've ever had. I was there when he was killed. I wasn't there physically at the location that they were, but there were a bunch of channels, like cross-server channels, like chat channels, that were created specifically so that people who were in the raid could keep the rest of the community of EverQuest informed as to the progress of how things were going with the sleeper. And I was in those chat channels, like, listening to the play-by-play as the sleeper was killed. Which I find, that was... Thanks for the follow, Cam Dog. You just, now that you know that I've actually been, you know, at the sleeper's death, you're like, oh, well, this is a person that needs a follow. Anyone who was there for the sleeper's death deserves a follow. Let's see. Yes, that was great too. Chrono Trigger is great. I should play Chrono Trigger for the stream at some point. That's one of the only games that I haven't played for the stream that I really enjoyed. That's not true. There's a lot of games that I really enjoyed that I haven't played for the streams. But whoa! Jesus, that was not my intention. Okay. So unfortunately, these Ettercaps have pretty high saving throws. Or pretty low saving throws, as the case may be. They have pretty good saving throws. So this might be somewhat troublesome. There's actually multiple endings. Like, there's so many of the endings are, you know, kill the boss at this specific time, which causes this weird time distortion. Like, there's a ton of those. It's great. Are Ettercaps people? Because they're vaguely humanoid looking. I wish that you could see when things were immune to your spellcasts. You would think that you could see, because it just won't give a saving throw or it won't have a saving throw. It can fail the saving throw, and so it won't say save versus spell when it's immune. But sometimes it doesn't say that it saved versus spell even when it did. So you can't really consistently know whether it's just not telling you the saving throw. Ooh, Lunar. The last time I tried, I didn't finish Lunar the last time I played it, because one of my discs was old and shambles and did not actually work. Are you a human, Void? Well, it's save versus spell, so that doesn't really inform me at all. This thing has slashing damage, so I can't do what I want to do. It's blinded, so at the very least it has a -4 to hit, so it'll have to suffice for now. I just realized that I used my my invisible character to attack, so now I don't have an invisible character. Alright. It can be hard to tell because they have a clearly humanoid model, right? Like they're 2 arms, heads up here, legs are down here. They're basically human shaped, but they're also very weird looking. So, like, they're not even mammals. Yeah, I am planning on it. I'm first going to be doing Siege of Dragonspear. I never actually finished Siege of Dragonspear on Legacy of Ball mode because I went into it blind, and one of the things that I was not prepared for was basically all of my spellcasters became completely useless when I went into the expansion, and access to a lot of the good spells is dramatically lessened in the expansion compared to the original game. And so when I reached the final boss, I was weaker than I was when I reached the final boss of this one. And I simply couldn't handle the final boss, and I did not see any meaningful way that was going to change. So I ended up just sort of stopping the run at the final boss. I was really annoyed. I was annoyed for a lot of reasons. I wonder if they ever changed that dragon. That dragon fight was so ridiculously out of control. I hope that they at least nerfed the little dragon, or they fixed immunity to poison, because there was. So this is an interesting thing, is that a lot of things that grant you immunity to poison give you immunity to both poison damage and the poison condition. In Baldur's Gate 2, I think there's quite a lot of items that do that. In Baldur's Gate 1, as far as I can tell, nothing actually grants you immunity to poison damage. So you can't actually get resistance to poison damage, only the status effect poison. Which means that if you're on insane difficulty, the dragon basically uses a breath weapon that's completely irresistible. There's no way to block any of the damage from it, and it's a piece of crap that needs to die. But basically, it's been a while, so I'm trying to recall all the details. The basic gist is that dragon has an amount of damage that is, like, basically untankable. And the expectation is that you'll just make yourself immune to its damage type, because that's the expectation of, like, every encounter in this game, is everything is save or die, or, you know, be immune or die. And, oh shit, well, that was silly. Let's see. Yeah, so what that results in is basically you have an irresistible damage type that they gave to a dragon. And it hits for like 100 some damage on insane difficulty. And there's 2 of them on Legacy of Ball mode. You have to fight 2 dragons that have the exact same breath weapon, which means that even if you save versus both of them, what the hell? Even if you save versus both of them, you're guaranteed to die instantly because they're both going to just blast you with this breath weapon that will kill you. You can't resist it. You can't make yourself immune to it. There's nothing you can do to protect yourself. And it is an infuriating encounter. It's made worse by the fact that you can just throw a dagger at it and kill it instantly. So it's like, I would venture a guess that outside of like using power word reload to use polymorph on the thing, or to just basically get an instantaneous save or die effect onto the dragon, outside of doing that, no one actually successfully fought that dragon at any point. Fight me. There's no way anyone has actually fought that dragon on Legacy of Ball mode and killed it legit. Because there's just no way to do it. Because there's no way to mitigate its damage. And I was doing a bunch of research to try and figure out other things that could potentially mitigate poison damage. And it's like, no, this thing just does too much damage to even theoretically defend against, so you're just gonna die. And there's just nothing you can do about it. Anyway. That dragon fight pissed me off so much. Especially because it came off on the back of a really amazing fight, right? There was a really, really cool fight that was right before that. It was not actually before that, but in terms of like plot and stuff, it wasn't before that. This thing has a lot of attacks. So these things have really high save versus spell, and they have a really, really high accuracy. So I wish I could remember where that belt is. The slashing belt is really important because there's a lot of things that do slashing damage. Yeah, so based off of the actual mechanics as they exist in the Baldur's Gate series, I would say that the hardest dragon to fight in the entire series is almost certainly that dragon specifically, because of the fact that every other dragon you can completely negate relatively easily. Their breath weapons and things like that. Those are all things that you can deal with pretty easily. But that dragon, because of the way that poison damage is calculated, is impossible to negate the thing with, the breath weapon, and there's 2 of them. And so, in addition to having the 2 dragons, okay, so I'm gonna this is all the tea. We're spilling all the tea here. In addition to the 2 dragons in that fight, which in and of themselves, as far as I can tell, are mathematically impossible to kill. Again, the way that I killed it is I turned it into a squirrel and shot it with an arrow, right? And that was so unsatisfying. It was incredibly unsatisfying to kill the thing by turning it into a squirrel. Okay? You have no idea. Okay? And then I had to do a massive amount of kiting, but I was able to kill one of those dragons. I was able to kill the baby dragon, which by... Let's see. Which stat specific information are you talking about? Oh, are you just talking about like the all the random shit I was pulling against the dragon? It's because it was traumatizing. I'm like looking through my inventory, I'm like, oh, I'll use a protection from poison scroll that grants complete immunity to poison. That'll solve my problem. No. That won't help me at all. Oh, I have a sword that gives me immunity to poison. No. It doesn't give you immunity to the poison. It gives you the immunity to the poison status effect. It's like, god damn it. Oh, man. Yeah. I do think that a more elegant solution is necessary for poison damage than has been implemented. If you're going to implement high damage, like you can't implement high poison damage encounters if you don't have a solution to the poison damage problem. And so, well, that's what I do, right? I like math and I like statistics and things like that. I didn't have SCS on CamDog. They don't eliminate poison damage in Enhanced Edition. Or they didn't in that patch anyway. I had no mods. I love the dreams in this game. They're so cool. You were made as you are, great predator, and you can also be broken. Like, I love the plot of this game. I love everything about this game. I don't love everything about this game. I don't love Poison. My guess would be, because I actually did post a very long rant on the forums about that dragon. My guess would be that they fixed that problem since then, because that was at the release of Siege of Dragonspear. I was doing Siege of Dragonspear. As soon as Siege of Dragonspear released, the same hour I started a Legacy of Baal run. I was one of the people that was troubleshooting what was wrong with Legacy of Baal, because on my initial run. So when they first released the game, what would happen is if you reloaded the game in an area, it would use the normal creature files instead of the Legacy of Baal creature files. So you would still be on Legacy of Baal mode, but you wouldn't actually be on Legacy of Baal mode. You would be on normal. You'd be on Insane, because the creature files were loaded incorrectly. It's the only thing that actually changes creature files is Legacy of Baal. So when you reloaded, you wouldn't get the creature files. So I ended up having to, when I was doing my run, I ended up having to basically only save when I had cleared an entire area. And anytime I died, I had to reload back to the previous area. So anyway, my guess would be, so that's, to give you an idea, that's the last time that I played. That's actually the last time that I played the game, was back then. Well, that's not true. I've played it with some friends a couple of times. But let's see here. My guess would be that, so I'm trying to recall the actual details of the discussion, because a lot of people seemed to be under the impression that a lot of these effects, like as an example, the protection from poison scroll and stuff like that, would work, right? And they said that they worked in their games. And all of those people had mods like SCS and spell tweaks and all of these other types of mods. So I think that the mods were already had that fixed a long time before the developers fixed them for the base game. And so my guess is that they just changed it sometime in between them. Because one of the things that I am very, very happy. I'm very happy with the development team because I don't agree with every decision that they make, and I do think that they have a tendency to over nerf anything that isn't wizards, because you can't nerf wizards in a second edition based game because the entire game is about wizards. The player base would just revolt if you tried to nerf wizards. You can nerf wizards sometimes. You can get away with nerfing wizards when it comes to stuff like project image and stuff like that. But for the most part, you can't nerf the fact that wizards are just ridiculously overpowered. But everything else seems to get nerfed. As an example, putting the AC penalty into Baldur's Gate 1, or the AC bonus onto Legacy of Baal, because that was not originally there. That AC bonus nerfs everyone who isn't a wizard while simultaneously still allowing wizards to do whatever the fuck they want. So I don't always agree with everything that they have in terms of their design philosophy, which makes sense, because, I'm not really a second edition player. I've never have been. But I've been very, very happy that they have been very responsive to bugs, and they have fixed so many things that are just these bugs that have been around for so long. And as soon as they find out that they exist, they fix them. I personally sent in several bug reports to them about various things, like dragon. And I don't take credit for finding out about this, because a viewer mentioned this to me, and that's how I even knew that it was a thing. But basically, dragons and some things like liches actually had whatchamacallit. Dragons and liches did not have the same stone skin spell that everyone else was casting, and it was not classified as a combat protection. It was classified as a spell protection. And so it was not susceptible to breach, but it was susceptible to whatever the spell removal one is. I don't remember what it's called. And people didn't realize it because they thought that liches were immune to breach. But liches are not immune to breach. Or at least they weren't. They might have fixed that as well. So liches are immune to 5th level spells, so people assumed that included breach. It does not include breach. So if you cast breach on a lich, you will remove their fire shields, right? And so, that bug was fixed, and it was fixed reasonably quickly. It was fixed in the next patch once it was actually, mentioned to them. So, I'm very happy with the development team of this game, because there's so many bugs, there's so much to keep track of, and it's not easy to keep track of as many bugs as there are. But I just found it funny, and this is something that I find funny about game development generally, is that I'm constantly finding bugs that are really obvious bugs that seem to me like they're very easy to identify as bugs that are not mentioned at any point to the development team. That the development team never finds out about them. I'll look on the... How loud is that, by the way? They're cleaning stuff outside, and it's loud. I apologize for that. Let's see. I was looking at... so that bug, I was surprised that nobody... that had mentioned that to the development team, because one of my viewers mentioned it to me, right? Because I was talking about, oh, well, that's weird. Why is it that the dragon's stone skins can't be pierced? And it's it's incorrectly classified as a combat protection. It's oh, well, that's weird. Or sorry, as a spell protection. So if you use the other spell, which, again, it's been a while since I played, I don't remember what it's called. But if you use the other spell, it'll remove their stone skin, right? And I'm like, oh, well, that's weird. Oh, shit, hi. Let's see here. Stone skin. Okay, so that I just reported it and then it got fixed. But there's a lot of stuff like that that just never gets reported to the developers, and it's just really sad. Like there's a bug that I ran into in Pillars of Eternity that's been annoying me since the game first came out and is still in the game. And it's just such an irritating bug, where basically if you activate something that's instant cast and you activate something that isn't instant cast while paused, nothing happens. It like breaks the entire game. It breaks the character. It breaks their AI completely. So until you initiate an order to just attack or cancel the action, the character will stand there doing nothing because they're trying to simultaneously do two actions, right? And they can't. You can, I think, queue multiple instants at the same time while paused, and that doesn't cause a problem. Yeah, you know, Legacy of Ball mode is for a very specific type of playthrough. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not... It's meant for people who want to explore the AI and see how the AI behaves and learn interesting dynamics about that. It's more for learning more about the game than it is for necessarily like having a, you know, fun and pleasant run. Though I will say, you double that frame rate and Legacy of Ball gets a lot more fun. I'm having a lot of fun with Legacy. This feels like a good pace with, you know, I don't even know. See, the thing is, I don't even know that Legacy of Ball is necessarily for all masochists. Like, Legacy of Ball mode is, generally speaking, not that hard, right? Because you still have the ability to blind everything and call it a day, right? It just takes longer. So it's not even necessarily for all masochists. It's like a very specific subset of masochists who, you know, enjoy some very specific things about, like, things. And so that's my take on it anyway. I think that you have to have a very specific type of insanity to particularly enjoy it. Not all masochists will enjoy it. But that also does make it a bit harder to, what's the word? To design for as well. Because it's one of those things where you have to sort of thread the needle of, in the design of making it hard without making the encounters just like, you know, I remember I was watching some D&D thing recently, and this is a sentiment that I've heard many, many times, but I was watching a D&D thing recently, and they were talking about how, like, the easiest thing in the world to do is to kill your players. Like, killing your player is easy. You know how to do that. You just keep stacking things, right? And getting something to be very difficult, but still winnable and satisfying is a hard balance, because if you buff the stats too much, you run into a problem, especially in a game like this, where someone who wants to play things in a challenging way, if you want things to be challenging, you can't increase the stats too high. Because if you increase the stats too high, eventually the only answer to the problems that you're facing is to insta-gib and negate the encounter, right? So, like, and this is something that, you know, I've talked about in the past, but, like, if you look at something like, as an example, the dragon that I was just talking about, right? It's actually trivially easy in terms of gameplay. There's nothing difficult about casting or using a polymorph wand on it, and if that doesn't succeed in round 1, you reload and do it again. That's very easy to do. And so the reason that the fight was, upsetting for me was not because it was hard, but because it was so much easier than everything else I was doing in the game. Because everything else I was doing in the game, I was facing in a more legitimate fashion. And the problem that I ended up having with Icewind Dale, like the thing that I think is problematic about Icewind Dale and its encounter design, is that Icewind Dale's encounter design plays very poorly with Heart of Fury mode, because Heart of Fury mode increases the HP of the enemies by such a large amount that if you increase their HP by that value, at a certain point, and the way that the AI works obviously causes problems as well. But the way that the thing interacts, the optimal strategy for most fights is to make your protagonist invisible, and then collect literally the entire dungeon into one ball, and then AoE it down with your most powerful spells. And the thing that I found frustrating when I was playing in the expansion for this game was that the expansion drew heavily from the encounter design of Icewind Dale, and that meant that the optimal strategy for dealing with encounters was to make your protagonist completely invincible, because they're just invisible. So, for those who don't know, the AI, and this is the problem with AI, right? So, people think that you can make better AI, and to an extent, you can. You can technically make better AI, and better AI will have fewer loopholes. But you can, regardless of your AI, there's always going to be a way around it. Because if there isn't a way around it, then it's unbeatable, and then you don't have a game, right? Because there's nothing to do. One of the things that Icewind Dale did in order to make it harder to use certain kiting tactics, right? Of, you aggro the enemy, you do some damage, and then you run away from them, and then they forget about you, and then you come back, is they made it so that once an enemy was aggroed, it would automatically follow the protagonist. So whoever was in slot 1 of your character creation, slot 1 of character creation. So as an example, Severia is currently in slot 2, not in slot 1. So, but she would still be the one followed, right? The way that AI works, it's in Baldur's Gate terms, it's the protagonist. In Icewind Dale terms, it's the person who's in slot 1 at the character creation screen. That character will be followed permanently, even if the enemies can't see them, as long as there is no one else that's visible to the enemies. And so for about 80% of Siege of Dragonspear, as well as obviously 80% of Icewind Dale, the strategy to deal with the encounters was because of the fact that the AI does all sorts of wonky things that I won't get into. But the optimal strategy was to literally just grab everything in the dungeon. So basically, you don't even need to grab everything in the dungeon. What you do is you have one character that's not the protagonist, or the protagonist themselves, if they can cast Invis quickly. You have them aggro one enemy. That one enemy, because they will call for help from other enemies, so nearby enemies will get aggroed as well if an enemy that's aggroed walks near another enemy. So they'll basically spread it. So you basically run the person away, and then you have your invisible character away from the rest of your group. And then you have the invisible character just run through the entire zone, and the enemies will aggro each other onto your protagonist. And then your protagonist gets into a corner, and then you just blow everything up. And you don't have to be in range visually to blow things up from range. But because of certain issues with, the way that spiders were working and things like that, it was it was basically there were serious problems with the way that spiders are handled in specifically if you were on Legacy of Ball mode in the expansion, because of the fact that their AI is at a certain degree of quality that it's basically just unbeatable. Like, there's just no answer to the AI other than to completely negate it. You can't manipulate the AI in any way. So, but yeah. But Baldur's Gate doesn't have that problem because the way that the AI works, the AI does not do that. And in addition, and this is very important, when you're dealing with every enemy has, plus 80 HP, dealing with swarms of enemies becomes much harder, right? It becomes much more difficult to manage swarms. And so with Icewind Dale doing the Heart of Fury mode, it's a huge slog to get through all these enemies because you just, each encounter has an additional, 2,000 hit points because there's 20 enemies, right? So each encounter just takes so long to burn through. And when I was doing Legacy of Ball in the base game, I'm like, this is amazing because Heart of Fury mode sucks on Icewind Dale. It's slow. It's a slog. It's not really that fun and entertaining. But in Baldur's Gate, killing a single creature that has 80 hit points and that's your encounter is awesome. Killing a dragon that doesn't have so little HP that you can just blow it up instantly is awesome. Fighting a sword spider and crying because it's a fucking god of destruction that moves like a fucking god and is resisting all of my damn spells and hits like a truck and hits commonly and has all the attacks per round. Like, it's awesome. I really enjoy it. But when you have that same degree of, whatchamacallit? Are you far enough away? Okay, she was actually far enough away. I think. Oh, no. Shit. Oh, jeez. This is a problem. Okay. So, fun fact that people might not know about blind is that for most enemies that can be blinded, if you have a stick, it's easier, though you don't even need to have a two-hander. But if you have a two-hander, it's easier. But with a two-hander, you can actually attack from outside the range of their vision. And so for some AIs, so for Hobgoblin AI, which Hobgoblins aren't the only things that have them, but I think of it as Hobgoblin AI. For Hobgoblin AI, I think Ghast sees the same AI pattern, but there's a variety of creatures that use that AI. I think gnolls use it as well. But not all gnolls, just the base gnolls. You can basically just smack it from outside of its reach, even without a ranged weapon, so you don't need to waste ammo to do it. Of course, you can technically do it with a normal melee weapon as well, and that's easier if the target is a larger target for some reason. I'm debating, because 2 hours is a long time, but I only have one person hitting it right now. Okay, she's got it. So she's in range to do it. So you can see that. So I don't know how this is coded in terms of how the hex grid works, but it seems to me, as far as I can tell, that you can't see the grid, but there is an actual grid, and you can occupy different spaces within the grid. So depending on where you are, and if you think of yourself as surrounding an enemy, depending on where you are in the circle, you are considered to be in range of melee for a melee weapon if you're on an adjacent tile, basically, something like that, rather than this same kind of range calculation that other things use. So what that results in is when enemies are in certain positions on the map, you can actually hit them from very far away in melee range if you're on a specific side of them. So you can sort of circle around the enemy to try and figure out where you can hit them to find the maximal range. And if you find the maximum range location, you can just beat on something from melee range without actually being very close to it at all. And particularly not being within range for a blinded enemy to see you. So, and if that's, unintended behavior, then consider this your bug report. Isn't it convenient having a developer in your chat? But I mean, I don't know if that is unintended behavior, because it is weird to me. I don't know why there's a difference between the way that it handles visuals and the way that it handles like melee range. I don't know. I suspect that the same effect affects things like the range of spells, because the range of spells is like visual range, right? But sometimes you can kind of cast something that is a little bit further than you would expect, right? Not a lot, right? Because especially with something that's that long a range, that it's not as obvious. But I think you can sometimes cast a little bit further than you'd expect. And I could be wrong on that, but that seems to be the case. So I wouldn't be surprised if that affected more than just melee range. It affected other ranges as well. But obviously for other ranges, it's not a meaningful thing. Whereas with a melee attack, it's like, oh, well, I can actually attack this blinded creature with a melee weapon, not even like a reach weapon, and it can't see me, and thus I'm invulnerable to its attacks. So I was killing Helmed Horrors earlier with that, because they're obviously, I think they're immune to piercing completely, or something like that. Because I think I've used magic weapons on, I think I've used magic ammo on them, and they didn't. They still weren't hurt, but I could be wrong on that. That's I don't. At the time, I didn't have any magic ammunition, so I haven't checked that recently. That's my vague recollection. Don't test me on that. I don't know. I don't know that for sure. There's a lot of stuff that I vaguely recall that is completely inaccurate. And there's a lot of stuff that I vaguely recall that's totally accurate, so... Yeah, I personally find the encounter design for Legacy of Baal to be much more pleasant than the encounter design in Heart of Winter. Heart of Winter I did not have fun with, but the entire playthrough of the base game felt great for me on Legacy of Baal difficulty. And the Siege of Dragonspear just wrecked me. That I didn't have any fun with that, because I didn't like the AI. I didn't like the way that the AI behaves. The way that the AI behaves is not really... It's not suitable for having enemies with the amount of HP that they have. And the encounter design generally wasn't... It was like the encounters were not designed with the fact that you were going to be putting Legacy of Baal mode on at all. To me, because again, for me, despite the fact that Icewind Dale is where the it comes from, where the difficulty setting comes from, I have always felt that Baldur's Gate is a better designed game for Legacy of Baal. Like, as soon as I started playing on Baldur's Gate's version, I'm like, this is so much better. Okay, that was some bullshit right there. It just bit me while it was phasing. So it phased through. Oh man, phase spiders are going to be a nightmare. So how are we going to handle this? This is harder than I was anticipating. Things have escalated rather quickly here. The problem is that I don't have Grillnesh, and not having Grillnesh really screws me up, because he's just so useful. So Grillnesh is my fighter cleric usually, and he is a dwarf, so he has 20 constitution instead of having a tank with frickin' some stupid amount of constitution, which means that he's actually regenerating HP the entire time that I'm fucking around. And that regeneration might not seem that amazing, but everything takes so long in Legacy of Ball that that regen is huge on Legacy of Ball mode. Now, obviously, if you're actually resting, if you're actually doing more than just sort of meleeing things to death, right? I'm not playing remotely optimally here. But, so if you're actually playing things the way that it's kind of intended to be played, obviously it's going to be different. But for the way that I play, which is to say that I try to... I generally speaking try to brute force things where possible. I try to figure out a way to make it mathematically possible to brute force things. And for that to work, you really need a lot more than 40 hit points. And preferably have saving throws that are not trash. And so yeah, having a dwarf fighter cleric has been very helpful for me. Certainly in the early game. The problem is that toward the late game, Nira just takes over the whole game because I always have Nira. Because Nira's amazing. Nira's an amazing character. I love Nira. I never played Wild Mage. I never played a Wild Mage as a character, and I never really got why I would want to have a Wild Mage in the party. Until, whoops, that's weird. So that's not good. I think I just saved while this thing was in range. I wonder if phase spiders are fixed. Maybe I should just have this thing kite around. That's not gonna help. Okay, so this is teleporting to Surrey. So phase spiders have multiple different ways of doing Dimension Door. Right, so they have multiple Dimension Door effects. Well, not effects. They have multiple different targeting parameters for their... Yep, they still do it. So, one of the things that's weird about phase spiders is that their AI is not limited to what they can see. So, as an example, if I actually blind this thing... It's attacking Cognizance. From here. Oops. So they aren't bound by their actual viewing range. And because of that, what happens is if you have like one character that's going around soloing because it's the safest way to deal with a phase spider, it turns out it doesn't work so great because the phase spider will teleport across the entire map and kill your squishy. So, like, as an example, this phase spider has only seen... Let's just say, as an example, it's only seen Severia. It will periodically TP all the way back to the entrance where all of the rest of my party is because it targets one of my people that it does not have vision of, right? And there's no like, way to save whether it has ever seen a target or not. So it can just target anyone. And so sometimes you'll just have a squishy who gets, leapt on. Whoopsies, that was a mistake. The squishy who gets, like, jumped on by a phase spider that doesn't have any way of knowing they even exist. And as far as I can tell, I can't think of any other creatures other than the teleportation effect of the phase spiders that actually target characters that are not in sight. But as an example, if I was able to trigger this thing to use its phase, which I'm not going to. I'm not going to. But what? Screw it. We're gonna. I was thinking I'd speed things up by doing this, but this is actually going to take longer probably to find a location, and eventually I'm going to get myself killed. Okay, this is in a bad spot for this. Whoop. Fail. Okay. I'm curious what'll happen if I... Oops. We should probably bring our Scald over. Let's see. Well, I don't think phase spiders have psionics, but I could be wrong on that. I don't actually know the lore about phase spiders. But Severia has no reason to know where my companions are, because Severia can't see them either. Right? Oh. You know, I think I have actually seen that. I think I have seen that happen before, Camdog. Yeah, Beholders were lazily scripted. I think I filed a bug report about the phase spiders too, actually, but they have not been fixed. It's entirely possible that that's not considered to be a bug by the developers. I couldn't tell you. I consider it a bug when they teleport to someone that they have no way of knowing exists, but, you know. I could see people considering it a feature of phase spiders. Phase spiders wouldn't be nearly as terrifying if they didn't randomly teleport onto Dinah here and one-shot her. Whoops. Forgot that was there. No. That's interesting. The fourth closest enemy. Oh, jeez. No. You can't cancel the movement when they're held. They'll share one mind. That is fair, because they do actually, like, they do actually kind of share one mind. The kind of bullshit that you can pull as a player by just making someone invisible and then just blasting things is, you know, I mean, ignoring what I was talking about before, even ignoring that kind of bullshit, I'm talking about just the normal bullshit that you can pull by making yourself invisible and then using things as a... That's not good. So who are you casting on? I assume you're casting again. I don't think you're... Okay, blinded. Okay. Perfect. But yeah, phase spiders are very fun. Like, I'm not in the right... I've been sort of just jabbering on, so I'm not in, like, necessarily the proper headspace to handle phase spiders at this particular second. But phase spiders are a very cool enemy, and they're a lot of fun to deal with because their AI is so interesting. Like, trying to figure out how to... trying to figure out how to deal with them is just a super interesting challenge. It really is. Because they have two separate things that they do, right? So, and Camdog, you probably know more about the scripting side of it than I do, but this is my observation of the behaviors of phase spiders. If you are not currently in melee range, they will do one of two things. They'll either take their current target and they will cast phase door or shadow whatever it is on that target, or they will pick a different party member and do that. And it's two separate behaviors, right? So it's not just randomly chosen each time, right? There's two separate types of behavior that it can do, and identifying which of the two behaviors it's doing is fun. So, like, positioning your character who's doing the kiting so that they're not facing toward the party, because you can't see who it's casting on until it's finished the cast. I don't think. Yeah, no, you can't. So, because they don't attack the target, they just cast a spell at the target, right? So they turn to face a party member, and so you can identify where it's going, and there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do. I don't usually kill them by just blinding them. That's not typically my strategy. But typically, I have a dwarf. And I don't have a dwarf right now. So I'm going to be cheesy and do this. It's interesting. I was not expecting this party to have, like, glaring weaknesses in the early game just from not having Grill Mesh. Like Grillnesh is just so good, and it's amazing to me how good he is. Because, I just didn't realize that Grillnesh OP, man. Grillnesh OP. So this phase spider is causing problems for me, and these giant spiders are big. That's it. That's it. Yeah, AoE spells and AoE effects are very difficult for AI to deal with generally, I think. I don't see very many games where the AI is capable of adequately handling AoE effects, because that's legit very hard. As far as I can tell, because if it's not really hard, then I don't know why nobody's doing it. But generally speaking, I do not see AoE effects handled in any other way than targeting a specific creature. Okay, shit. I got the thing blinded, but then I ran right into the others. Yeah, exactly. Because it seems like a lot of calculation to me, right? Like it seems like a lot of calculation to like give the ability for something to theoretically target a space that does not occupy a creature with an effect, because there's like an infinite number of options for you to choose from, right? Not infinite, but there's a heck of a lot of options for you to choose from. And I would imagine that would just be super hard. Probably intensive for the machine as well. I don't know if it would be Disgaea level intensive, but it probably would be. I found it funny so Disgaea at some point moved from like the PS2 to the PS3, right? And like a lot of players were like, but why though? Because you haven't changed the graphics at all. And I remember they at some point like released a statement well, it turns out that there's actually limitations on how big a number you can have in the, on the PS2. We can have bigger numbers on the PS3. And that's why we made this switch. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? The numbers you're using are so big that a modern system can't fucking handle them. It's like, okay, well, that sounds... It's like, the maximum float you can use is like 10 digits or something, and that's simply not sufficient for a Disgaea game. If we want to make the most Disgaea of all Disgaeas, we need to have more numbers. Which is very satisfying and amusing. I love the Disgaea series. If I had a less eclectic set of tastes, then I would probably be more successful on this platform. I should just play Fortnite all day, and then I'd have more viewers. But no, we'll just keep doing completely random stuff. We just got off of like a kick of like a full month of just all Europa Universalis all the time, and Europa Universalis is like, for those who don't know and who aren't regular viewers, Europa Universalis is a Paradox grand strategy game. And grand strategy game is like basically a term that has been created just for the purposes of explaining the just stupidity of these games, which are basically like, they're like math simulators almost. And there's just so much in terms of mechanics to them, and they just like go into such ridiculous detail with all the random shit that, like, if you think about like a game like Civilization, right, which Civilization is way more in depth in many ways than a game like Warcraft 3. The Europa Universalis series makes a game like Civilization look like, I don't know, like Tetris. right? It's just so complicated, right? And there's just so much. There's so many moving parts, and you have to keep track of stuff like oh, if you win a war against someone, you you can't just take anything you want. You can only take a certain amount because there's no way to diplomatically justify this annexation. There's no way to integrate all this shit into your territory and stuff like that. It's similar to Crusader Kings in terms of like it's similarly complicated, but it's complicated in different ways. So the way that I would explain Crusader Kings is a dynasty simulator. So you're simulating the dynasty, the actual ruling family, right? And that involves obviously the sort of state, so to speak, as well to a degree. But really, conceptually, the idea of the state isn't really fully comprehended at the time period. You're basically just playing as a family that happens to be able to tell a bunch of people to go kill other people. Kill them, eat my pets. There are no arachnophobes here. That's a total lie. I'm very arachnophobic. Let's see here. Whereas Europa Universalis, because it takes place at a later date, and because of the mechanics themselves, obviously, which are impacted by that, it's a state simulator. So you are simulating the actual nation, right? And there are some significant differences between the family that runs the nation and the nation itself. So that's the basic gist. So you don't focus as much on inheritance dynamics in Europa Universalis, but you focus a little bit more on people who are not nobles, if that makes any sense. So, like, the people who aren't ruling the country are more relevant in Europa Universalis in a lot of the mechanics. But a lot of the stuff is more, what's the word? It's a little less granular in Europa Universalis in terms of, like, you're not, like, plotting to assassinate your sister's son so that, you don't have that person trying to be the heir to the throne or whatever. You don't have that kind of stuff. You have other sort of relationships going on. Oh, boy. This is going to go badly for me. I should have used mirror image. Yeah. Jahira, those good berries are still lasting me. Whew. Okay. Yeah, so going from doing Europa Universalis for a month to doing like Baldur's Gate and stuff like that again is kind of fun, because it's just like, yeah, you're... There's no overlap in the terms of people who are interested in these two things. There's actually a surprising amount of overlap between people who are interested in the various things that I do. There is a surprising amount, but it's still funny. We do not have any more blinds, so we are going to just die here. There's no way that I'm going to be able to fight this thing. Even with Defensive Harmony, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be hit regularly. Protection from Evil has been fixed, so I can't use that, because this is obviously... Sword Spider is a neutral creature. It's not evil. In the original game, it just gave you a -2 penalty to all creatures trying to hit you, so it was not specific to evil. And I do think there's a little bit of justification for that, just because of the fact that Protection from Evil is supposed to be able to be cast as Protection from Good as well. So the fact that it doesn't have that reversibility makes it so that I could see the justification for just giving a -2 to everyone, but it doesn't give you. I don't think you can do Protection from Neutral. I don't think that's a spell you can cast, right? So, because you can't cast that, and I don't think you could do Protection from Law or Chaos in this edition. So I would say that it's probably the correct decision to just make it protection from evil, and you don't have the ability to protect from good. Though it would be a lot of fun, actually. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can do with enemies and protection from good. The game doesn't really lend itself to really being an evil party. I actually remember my monk when I was playing the base game, when I was playing the original game a long time back. I would just sort of like continuously, because this is when I was much younger. I was very much on my power gaming kick. I would play through the entire game over and over and over again on my monk to just sort of accumulate all of the bonuses from each playthrough. So I just stack all these bonuses. So I had a monk who had, like 25 strength and, like all of these bonuses. He had like negative 17 armor class or something like that, because one of the things that you can get is a -2 bonus to your armor class, and you can just infinitely stack it with itself if you just keep playing the game over and over again. But when I was doing that, at some point, because he was an evil character, obviously, because, when you're farming all those boosts, eventually you're going to become evil. Though I think he might have started evil anyway. But that character ended up getting blinded permanently at some point, and I don't know what the cause was, but basically he ended up getting blinded at some point, and it just was permanent. And I don't remember what it was, but I think it might have been Holy Smite. I think I might have hit myself with a Holy Smite, and that might have done it. But for whatever reason, I ended up losing the character, basically, because he couldn't hit anything, because his Thaco was just obliterated. Life was sad, but that's fine. Oh, and we finally got the shield spell. This is going to be really useful for dealing with spellcasters. Because things like Melfs, you can deal with Melfs because you can cancel that very effectively. It's very easy to deal with that. Magic Missile is a very hard spell to deal with. So being able to just cast Shield and then beat the thing to death is pretty useful. Let's see here. Obviously, we are on Legacy of Baal, so the probability of it deciding to just beat us to death instead, not insignificant. It's a not insignificant risk of getting beaten to death. Because I think that the AI will probably, because we do have SCS installed, I'm pretty sure that the AI isn't going to just cast Magic Missile infinitely on my person who's shielded. So, with that being the case, I won't be able to bring other party members over, because then it'll just use it on them instead. So, let's see. And we are gonna cast a thingamabobber. Cast ourselves a thingamabobber. Right. So we have 4 mirror images. It would be really nice if the mirror image spell was a scaling spell instead of a randomized spell. Like if it started at 1 image and it gave, or well, I guess it would have to start at 2 because it needs to be better than reflected image. But if it started at 2 and then scaled up to 6. That would actually be really fun. Sorry, I was completely distracted away from what I was doing. That would actually be really funny, doing, like, having them get blind as a bonus. That would actually be very amusing. I would hardly approve of that. I did not actually get my mirror image spellcast. So what was that? That was 20. I don't have any holds, or I don't have any things left. Oh, I guess I could cast it. I can cast a heal. They don't hit that hard, but are Ettercaps evil? I guess we'll find out. I don't think they are. I think they're neutral, but I could be wrong. I don't think Ettercaps are treated as fully sentient. but I could be wrong on that. I don't think ettercaps are actually considered. Actually, I guess the word people would use now is sapient. There's been a transition in the way that people think about animal intelligence that has led to the correct term to use being sapient instead of sentient. I believe that sentient is aware of one's own existence, and you would think that that is a bar that people would not think that your typical animals don't meet, but that is actually a bar that people did not think that animals met when I was young. Like, as like a general rule, people thought that animals literally were not aware of their own existence, which is, not the typical understanding that people have today. Some people probably still think that way, but I don't think it's very common. I think people have transitioned away from that as the boundary. I feel like to an extent the sapience of the gaps, if you will, the explanation for human superiority has been dwindling ever further continuously for a very long time now, and that's not a trend that's going to stop, I don't think. It's interesting because, humans are interesting creatures. They've done a lot of things that nothing else has done. And identifying what the cause of that is, specifically, is such an interesting field of study. And see, that to me is, I'm looking forward to that. And we might have that very soon. That the being able to make, because it doesn't have to be fake meat, it can be real meat, right? There's nothing, you can grow meat in a lab, right? Meat that's grown in a lab is not any different than meat that's grown on an animal, in theory, right? And meat doesn't have a brain, so meat is not sapient, right? And meat is certainly not sentient. Or rather, meat is not sentient and is certainly not sapient, right? The idea that a slab of meat has inherent moral value, I don't think that is going to be a hill that anyone's going to die on anytime soon. People will, certainly think, ooh, that's gross, blah, 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 right? People have a lot of problems with the idea of lab-grown meat, but none of those problems are, but what about hurting the meat's feelings, right? That's not one of the problems that people have with lab-grown meat. And they're never going to have that problem with lab-grown meat, because it wouldn't make any sense, right? And that's one of the great things. One thing that's actually really nice about the modern world is that for the first time in human history, people are actually thinking about things rationally when it comes to making moral decisions. The idea of, maybe this question has, maybe this question doesn't necessarily have a right answer, but if you have as a postulate, these are the values that I have as a person, these are the things that I value. I want to maximize this. I want to maximize this, right? I want to maximize happiness. I want to minimize human suffering. I want to do these things. If you take that as a postulate, a lot of the things that people consider to be moral or immoral have no actual relationship to those basic inherent postulates. There's no real reason for them to be moral or immoral. And what's happening now is basically the secularization of morality, which is so powerful. Because if you take away the just sort of because I said so element of morality, you can end up with much more, You can end up with much more effective morality. As in, your morality is going to get you the actual, whoa, this thing actually attacks. That's good to know. I didn't think she attacked. Let's see. Does she have sufficient range to hit me? No, she does not. So, we're now able to say, oh, well, let's figure out how to optimize the sort of like the character, whatever parameters we want to optimize, right? And that is an amazing new technology that we have developed. Like, that's a new social technology that we have developed recently, is the idea of, maybe the things we do should have a purpose, and we should think about that purpose and whether the thing that we're doing actually achieves the agenda that we are trying to seek out, right? And that's something that has not historically been a thing, and it's so nice that it's finally a thing. We're finally at the point where people are saying, maybe we could do things that accomplish our objectives instead of doing things for no real reason, just doing things. And anyway, I'm excited for the future, because I think that there's been a lot of improvement to the fundamental technology of thinking that people don't think of as a technology, but as a technology. And the sort of... I think that the scientific method has irrevocably changed the way that people think, in the sense that it has now infected more than just the way that people think about cells. And we're not there yet. We're not to the point where people are actually thinking rationally most of the time. But we've gotten to the point where when people take an issue seriously, they're more likely to think about it at all. Whereas in the past, that was simply not the case. People didn't think in the classic sense pretty much at all. And, like, one of the things that I noticed when I was young is that, and I hesitate to say this because this is extremely rude to people, but a lot of the people that I met did not seem intellectually like they were actually thinking. Like, they didn't seem like they were sapient. They didn't seem like they had any reason behind what they were doing. They just did things. And part of that, is that people... This is something that, has been a problem for a long time, but I think has gotten a lot better, is that when I was growing up, there was a very strong, like, anti-intellectual movement. It was... And, I mean, there's obviously that today as well, but this is more of the kind of stuff that we have to deal with now is more of a backlash than anything. So if people think that, the whole, oh, well, it's good to be dumb idea is more prominent now than it was when in the 90s, they're just wrong. Because it used to be that was the mainstream idea, is that you were not meant to think about things, and you were not meant to be smart. Being smart was a bad thing, and society considered intelligence to be bad and thinking to be bad. And they demonstrated as such in the way that they would interact with you. And that has changed dramatically over the years. And nowadays, it's actually much more common for people now have this sort of pseudo-intellectualism that they espouse to, right? Where they'll have these arguments that someone else came up with, and they're not really thinking about the arguments that much, but at least they have an argument. They have a reason for what they believe, even if the reason does not hold water, does not really hold up to any scrutiny. What do you want? My name's Lascal. I have no connection to that evil group. We're the sworn enemies of the enemy of his friend. Yeah, Hey, potion of invulnerability. Yahoo! Thanks, buddy. Let's see here. Anyway, so there's improvements being made to like the general well-being of people's ability to, because it's not about being smart or being dumb. Smart people do this as much as people who are less intelligent overall, right? It's not about whether you can use your intellectual toolkit, and it's not about how good your intellectual toolkit is. It's about whether you do use it, whether you use it at all, right? People do not naturally think in the way that people think is unique to humans. People naturally behave much more like, a dog, right? Or, if I wanted to be more insulting, a cat. Like, people don't behave naturally like sapient creatures. They behave much more akin to animals. And we've moved on. We've got a lot of progress in regards to people starting to actually think about what they are doing and whether what they're doing hypothetically makes sense, right? Whether there's at least casus belli to believe what they're claiming. And it's interesting, to be sure. I'm very curious to see how things proceed, because we've got a lot of work to do, and I'm really excited to see that work done. But yeah, in terms of like the situation with the morality of eating creatures that are really not that dissimilar from us. If not for the fact that most plants make me sick, like they actually make me ill, I would definitely be a vegetarian. I don't think I would go so far as to become vegan, but I definitely understand the moral stance for vegetarianism, but I'm not going to sacrifice my health for it, and I would definitely be unhealthy. I would be malnourished for the rest of my life if I swapped over to vegetarianism, because it's bad. I remember when I was younger, I basically tried to acclimatize my body to grapes, and I would eat like a grape, and I would just feel sick. I would just get sick from eating that one grape. Oh, this is a cave bear. Oh, cave bears are easy to deal with. Okay, this is not a problem. Sorry. Wasn't paying enough attention. If this is a cave bear, but then I can just pull it with her. And then I can just not bother. I don't have to tank it or anything. Alright, well, there's two on me, but that's fine. Okay, we can turn the AI back on. So basically, the key with cave bears is cave bears have kobold AI, or kobolds have cave bear AI, whichever you prefer. And the basic gist of this AI pattern is that it will only attack the target that they see first. They will not switch targets ever. They will switch targets, obviously, if their current target is not available, it is not visible. But even if they don't have a valid path to reach their target, which we can actually artificially generate that right now, and I'm going to do that because we're wasting a bunch of DPS here. What we're going to do is we're basically just going to block this bridge. We're going to turn off the AI for a second. We're going to block the bridge as best we can, and then move you past. And what we see is that these things are not able to pass, but as long as I don't move her out of their range, they're just going to keep trying to pass. And this is Kobold AI. And this is the way that you most effectively deal with kobolds or bears. Or not bears generally, specifically cave bears. Cave bears are not the same AI as all bears. But cave bears will basically be able to be dealt with by this way. So, going back to what I was saying earlier about AIs, every AI pattern that the enemy can have has a weakness. It has strengths and it has weaknesses. And so you want to figure out what the weaknesses are, what it is that you can do to allow yourself to, handle it effectively. I hunt those who would defile the woods. Bandits are my quarry. So, do we want to recruit Faldorn? Probably not. Not for this run. I don't think that I can really justify pulling in Faldorn just because it's... one of Setiad's weakling pawns. Is there abandoned installation? You seek to destroy that which the heathens have built? Okay. I still think people don't. Okay, running away now. Let's see here. You have the audacity of an ogre mage the way you strut through the woods. I'm going to go with number 2, because even though this is, way sillier, it's still the same basic idea. Obviously, that's not the exact wording that we would use, but it's close enough for government work, right? Hello, Peter. Okay, I'm gonna go with this is not a place to... You just don't know the subtleties of the wood and wood-related activities. These creatures are docile, and it is worth the risk. Even the darkest of caves can be a rewarding experience for the woodsman that knows how to handle himself. Why, subterranean trees can yield the best material for carving ornamental things. Subterranean trees, are you quite sure you know what you're talking about? Certainly. Have I given cause for you to doubt me? Of course not. Everything is just as it should be. There's nothing untoward about me or my nothing about these wyverns. Are you implying something? You seem strange. No. It's not uncommon for a woodsman to seek the comfort of natural caverns, and... Oh, talk blazes with it. I can tell your questions that you suspect me of lying, and I tire of the ruse. No, I'm not a simple woodsman. I'm training these beasts to serve as guards. And now that you've interrupted me, I should have them ready for the mind. Your presence has agitated them. They'll be unmanageable for days now. Perhaps I can placate them with meat. Your meat! Well, we just met, but... Okay, that's a get wrecked moment. I'm pretty sure that she's going to die to the poison, but we might be able to save her. We'll see. Oh shit, he has a bow. Oh my god. She was taking 10 damage per tick from that. Oh boy. Ooh, please. That's not good. Okay, so how do we want to handle this? Well, we have a bunch of commands, so that's useful. So I'm going to check this because I don't want to be wasting heals. This is 14. Okay, that's what I thought. I was reasonably sure, but I just wanted to make fully clear. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to go back in there, and this time we're going to have a mirror image cast. Do we want to cast protection from evil? No. I really should just be using my spells more, because I'm not really doing any meaningful, sort of challenge run. I'm just kind of, dicking around. So considering that I don't really have a particularly strong reason not to be, using this stuff, probably makes more sense for me to do the other thing, but it's fine. Use a chant. Where did your weapon go? Did you break your weapon? You did. You silly Billy. I need to buy another stack of arrows. It's complicated run. So some of the characters are good and some of them are evil. And depending on what I damn well please, I'm choosing which responses to go with at any given time. There's enough actual versatility in the party in terms of which characters are in it to basically justify any kind of dialogue option that I want, because it just depends on who's talking, right? So we're going to pull these out. So now we're going to pop back in, and Severia's going to kill him. No, I'm not going to be picking up Edwin on this run. I'm basically going through I'm going through NPCs just as I sort of come across NPCs that I want to pick up. I'm going to be sort of switching around between different NPCs over the course of the game. So right now, for instance, we're using Viconia and Karan. We're probably going to be dropping Karan soon. And we're going to be dropping Viconia soon as well. Now that I think about it, we're probably going to drop Viconia first, and then we'll drop Karan. I think that's how I'm going to handle it. We might want to go into this next dungeon with one less person. This thing has a lot of AC. Oh, I don't have my AI on, and I didn't start. So that explains why I'm doing so little damage. Do you want to make with a murder? Yeah. Okay. I'll invest Karan into dealing some damage as well, because there's two of them, and again, 2 hours is a really long time, but on Legacy of Baal, if you're only hitting with one party member, there is that risk. At least with the -11 to AC that they have now. The new Legacy of Baal is definitely way more. It's way slower. But yeah, I'm intending to pick up. Oh, this is perfect. That's going to give me a +2 bonus to AC once I start using the other stuff. Let's see. So I'm almost certainly going to be picking up all of the Enhanced Edition NPCs to do their quests. I'm probably not going to pick them up until late. I probably will not be picking up the Sorcerer. I'm not going to pick up the Sorcerer because I don't think he has a quest, and I just don't really see much reason to. Definitely not going to be killing Nira. I really like Nira, so... So we are definitely going to be using her. I actually usually use her for pretty much my entire run, but that's obviously not going to happen this run. I don't know who we're going to be using as our endgame party, but my guess is I'm probably going to be using a couple of fighters or something like that, maybe a cleric for my late game party. I have a lot of spellcasting ability right now, so though it would be nice to have access to Cloud Kill, because my cleric mage is not going to get access to... Actually, my cleric mage is done. She's done. So she's at her max level, and she's going to get Stone Skin soon, which is going to be useful. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why you would think that, because she speaks very casually, but I don't think that her manners of speech are any more out of place than like Dinah here, or like Minsk with his like Russian accent, or any of the other accents. I think the reason that people find her to be uncomfortable in the setting is because she's too familiar. Right? And for me, I don't expect the characters to be unfamiliar, right? I don't expect that, they're going to be inherently different than any of the characters that I would run into in the real world. So for me, that doesn't bother me. But I can totally understand why that would be something that people would focus on, because it's like, she does sound like your next door neighbor. She sounds like your next door neighbor, right? Like, so it makes perfect sense that, someone who sounds like a Minnesotan, she doesn't sound heavily, she doesn't have a Minnesotan accent or anything, but, like, I could easily see her in, my town. But at the same time, for me, I think that is, because, bear in mind, I live in Singapore, right? So as someone who lives very far afield from where I started, one of the things that I find very interesting is just how, normal everything is. Because, before I came, everyone was like, oh, everything's going to be totally different. Everything's just, it's a very different culture. It's a very different everything. And I come here and it's like, well, no, just people are people. Surprise, surprise, people are people. It's a city, and cities are a little different than suburbs, right? People are less friendly here, but they're not as unfriendly as people in New York. Right? So did she get exactly enough? Because this isn't the cap. The cap is 160, right? So she is now capped in level, and she gets a +1 to her THACO, or a -1 as the case may be. Main hand THACO is now 3. Not too shabby for a level 8 character, and going to be very valuable with the AC bonus that the enemies are going to have. I'm hopeful that she'll be able to actually hit some of the harder fighters in the game without us needing to, crowd control them. Because if we have to crowd control the most powerful enemies in the game, then I'll be very sad. Because there's nothing fun about that, right? Hard crowd controls are not interesting gameplay. But, yeah. The Singapore, to me, is culturally probably the most similar place to America of any place that I've ever been. Yeah. I would hesitate to say that they're not xenophobic. I think there is... They're not xenophobic compared to Americans or, whatchamacallits? Or the Japanese or anything like that. They're not... So I guess, they're not exactly xenophobic, but they certainly do not like... Let's just say that there's a very clear differentiation between someone who is a local and someone who is the same race but comes from their home country, okay? People are generally not fond of PRC citizens, People's Republic of China, or people from India. Very much. So there are definitely some very serious taboos against people from specific areas. It really just depends on... I would say that people from China or from India fit a similar, but not as extreme, cultural place as maybe whatchamacallit? Like Mexicans or something like that do in America. That would be my my interpretation of the dynamic there. Singapore's an amazing country. It's an amazing country. I think that, it's just that people generally everywhere, there's always something, right? And I don't think that Singapore is worse about that than other places that I've been. I think that Singapore's better. It's just that, xenophobic tendencies are kind of global. Everybody has those tendencies, and I don't want to give the illusion that Singapore is perfect, because people do it's very easy to think that I think that Singapore is perfect if you ever listen to me talk about Singapore for more than 12 seconds. Because Singapore is so amazing. Yeah. And that's fine. It's absolutely accurate, right? And one of the things that's not... Oh, you... one of the things that's nice about Singapore is that, like, the government is just so high quality. Like, it is amazing to me how basically nowhere else in the world is there any expectation of competence from leaders. Like, people... Oh, that was some more shit. Okay, so that was cast from outside of range because of the fact that she dimension doored and started casting after she finished the dimension door, but before she actually reached to her target. That's a cool effect. I should probably be blinding her. I don't actually remember this fight. I don't think I've ever fought a Hamadryad. Actually, I probably have. I just don't remember it. We're just gonna wait for this hold to wear off. Let's see here. But yeah, it's interesting to me coming from a country where the expression close enough for government work basically translates to good enough, to come to a country where the government standards, like the standards that you need to be successful in government, are so much higher than the standards to be in the public sphere. The public sphere is where you go for like a crappy education, right? Like you don't go to a private school if you want a good education. You go to a private school if you want to teach your kids crazy things. You know what I mean? Like if you want to teach your kids, if you don't want your kid to be educated, then you send them to a private school. Of course, the issue with that for you is that the private schools are still regulated, so you're still going to get an education there. It's just not going to be as high a quality as you would get from the government schools. And so stuff like that is really interesting. And the other thing, it's so funny, because like I come from Florida, and so you would think that Florida... Oh, Jesus, hello. So this is on who? It's on Viconia, okay. So you would think that Florida, which constantly has hurricanes, and hurricanes are serious fucking business. Like, they are extremely, extremely terrible storms. That they would have the infrastructure in place to handle a drizzle. But in Florida, I've had my power go out for hours in a light drizzle, in a light rain. And it just goes out for hours. And it's not like there's like some major storm somewhere in the state. It's just, no, we just... Some person slid on the road and ran into a pole, and that pole was supplying power to half of Florida, and so half of Florida is now out of power because somebody hit, a power line because people in Florida can't drive. Now, the other thing is, you would expect that they would be expecting that Floridians can't drive because Floridians are fucking terrifying drivers. And so they would have the infrastructure in place to handle a crazy Floridian driver running into a telephone pole. Nope. And then in Singapore, there was... it's the funniest thing. So there was a power outage. There has never been a power outage, actually. Now that I think about it. I have lived here for a decade. I've been here for a decade. I have never experienced a power outage. My wife still talks about this one time 15 years ago when the power went out and the entire country went insane. And by it went insane, I don't mean in the way that you would... not riots in the street insane, but they were like, how could the government let this happen? What is this? The power went out. What? This is completely unacceptable. Like going on this huge tirade because Singaporeans are master grumblers, as my wife would put it. And it's amazing to me because of the fact that, like, you come from a place where there's no expectation of competence and nothing works properly, and then you go to a place where everything works properly, and if things aren't working properly, people just get pissed. Like, people just get really pissed. Yeah, we don't get any natural disasters here in Singapore at all. So that's certainly, well, that's actually not true. Flooding is a serious problem in Singapore, in terms of, like, it's a problem that needs to be dealt with, but it's dealt with very effectively. Though there are occasionally flooding issues, and it's really interesting to think about just how much fucking rain can fall in a place, because, and some of this stuff is just really crazy. So I was a while back, there was some problem with the way that the drainage system in Orchard, like, downtown, like, area was working. So the drainage system was not working correctly for some reason. And of course, this resulted in, I'm sure, countless people losing their jobs. But the drainage system was not working correctly. And so basically all the basement stores in Orchard Road got flooded, and it was really crazy because there was this massive flood in the country because the way that it rains during the monsoon season is crazy, right? It's just, there's a lot of rain. So anyway, it's just buckets and buckets and buckets of rain, and where I was up in the north, there was no rain at all. It was completely bone dry. And down south, there was so much flooding that it was like 3 feet of water had built up in the basement level in, like, the course of a half an hour or something. It was just this massive, massive amount of water just dumping onto, onto the just one part of Singapore. It's crazy. Yes, absolutely. So America has a lot of fundamental issues with the way that the government is run. A lot of the things, because as an example, anytime me and my wife have a conversation about some stupid thing that Americans are doing, and she says, "Well, why don't they just do X? Because we've been doing X, and it is the obvious thing to do. Why doesn't America do it?" And the answer is always, "Oh, well, nobody actually has the authority to do that, and Americans would never give the government the authority to do that. Americans would never give their government the authority to do that thing that you're talking about. And so it's never going to happen in America because the government will never have the authority." And sometimes it's because, like, when you think about stuff like, I'm not even, I can't even recall offhand an example, but sometimes it's stuff where it's, like, legitimately, like when it comes to things about freedom of speech, Americans are very particular about their freedom of speech. I've become less of a huge fan of freedom of speech as time goes on because I feel like it's not really free, right? Like, if you look at, there's nothing free about going on corporate-run television, right? Having a platform is not free. And so there's no real freedom of speech in that regard. You have the freedom to be on the platform you're free from government intervention directly, right? But the government is also kind of run by the same people who are running the corporation. So the government is still the same people that are making the decision as to whether you get a thing, right? Not the exact same people, but it's actually a worse group of people who are making the decision of whether you have a platform. Anyway, so when it comes to platforming people, I don't think that there's any reason why there shouldn't be restrictions on public platforms for hate speech and things like that. I just don't see any reason because it's not. Platforms are not free. There's nothing free about platforms. Anyway, all that being said, a lot of stuff is just complicated to do because you have all of these different, like, competing systems of laws. So, like, as an example, like, it's very common for people to think that it is legal to smoke marijuana in parts of the United States. And that is not true, because it's a federal crime, which means that everywhere in the United States it is illegal. but people don't have the expectation that they are going to be penalized. They don't expect the federal government, they don't expect the feds to come in after them for smoking marijuana. Because if the feds tried to do that, Americans don't really take kindly to the federal government generally. And this would be, that would be the federal government doing something that's already unpopular, and then it's the federal government doing it, which just makes it even worse, because the federal government isn't allowed to do anything in America. Because Americans just are anarchists at heart. And, you know, we are. Like, Americans absolutely are anarchists at heart. It's a fundamental part of our culture, and there's no use denying it, right? We are fucking anarchists. And that has utility sometimes, but is mostly damaging to us. Usually it's not terribly helpful for us. It's usually a problem for us. Our anarchistic tendencies tend to be very self-destructive. But like, if you want to do something, which government body do you have to go to? Do you have to go to the mayor? Do you have to go to the governor? Do you have to go to the president? Right? Like, those are the three immediate things. But you also have counties, and counties have their own laws, and they have their own regulations. They have all of their own stuff. Like, if you think about the police department, right? The police department of Florida is not the same as the police department of Miami. They're not the same entity. Like, they're not within the same org chart. Because Miami police officers are employed by the city, and the city is not part of the state government. The city is its own government, and they're separate from the state government. So the city police are on a completely different organization, and often a competing and hostile organization to the state police, and also from the federal police, right? So, it's not great. Yeah, and so it's just one of those things where America makes things way more fucking complicated than they need to be. Just generally. Everything becomes much more complicated because they've got this just archaic system of government. Right? Everything about the American system of government is designed to make the government weaker. That is the inherent design of the government. Right? And that's something that, you know, any American will tell you. I mean, maybe not any American, but just about any American will tell you the reason that the reason that this is set up the way that it is so that you can't actually do anything. We don't want the government to have the ability to do things. We want the government to be hamstrung because we don't trust them. We don't trust the government. And it's reasonable to not trust the government, right? Because the government has a lot of power and can do legitimately terrifying things, and you want to make sure that they are under control. But at the same time, if the government doesn't have the power to do anything, but other people do, other entities do have that ability, then things start to get weird. God damn it. Okay, so the AI is swapping off of the unconscious targets. Okay, we're not dotting our I's and crossing our T's here. Wyverns aren't evil, are they? No. Nothing's evil in this game. You can cast defense for me. I'm gonna cast it. Too late. It's too late to cast a spell. And she is taking piercing damage, and that was a 15, which is basically what I expected. I don't have Hold Monster yet. I got really lucky there, I think. That was some serious luck that I wasn't killed earlier. So how are we going to handle these wyverns? We've already got the piercing girdle on, and the 15 hit, so we need to get it blinded, basically. Like, I don't think there's really much choice in the matter. We have to blind it. We can probably get away with not blinding the baby. But there's 2 big wyverns here. Okay, this thing we can kill with command, probably. We can just chain command it to death, hopefully. Oh, shit. Oh, well, you're dead. Bye. But there's definitely a lot of problems with that. But, and I think that it is important that, like, people understand that the American government is not exactly poorly designed, because that's the easy assumption to make, right? Is that the American government is badly designed and all this bureaucracy doesn't allow the government to do its job. And in any country other than America, maybe not any country, but in most countries that are not America, that would be accurate. That yes, the government is badly designed, right? In the case of America, the government is deliberately designed to be bad. And that's a different thing. It's meant to be weak. It's meant to be, incapable of doing much, because Americans are anarchists. And so they don't believe in government. Inherently. And if you ever listen to us Americans talk for any period of time, we just don't believe in government. We don't believe that government is a valuable thing. We think that government is a dangerous, evil entity. She's just gonna die. And so that's how we create things in order to prevent things from happening. It's a weird system. We've got a lot of weirdness in the way that we interact and stuff. But and that's not to say that I think that, like, it's I think that you can have a design intent that is successfully pulled off, and that your design intent is stupid. And I think that inherently, while I can understand the design intent of the US government is successfully implemented by what America does governmentally, that is accurate. That the government does exactly what America wants it to do. What America wants the government to do is dumb. America's decision to make the government weak makes them crippled when it comes to dealing with other threats of a similar power level. You don't have any protection whatsoever against, ExxonMobil, because the government doesn't have any power to protect you. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that and yes, basically, because I wasn't quite looking at you, but yes, where I'm going with that is that while the government itself doesn't have that much power, right? Or rather, it has a lot of power, but its ability to flex and wield that power is limited. The core issue that you run into is that other entities are not limited in that way. And so what happens is you end up with other entities that are not technically the government, though oftentimes they are run by the same people, doing things, and the government has no way of protecting you from them. And, that's suboptimal, obviously. It's generally preferable to have an answer to a problem, even if the answer is not optimal. Can I web you? I don't think I should be able to web you. They are flying. And both, I have not managed to get a single blind off, so I think we're probably boned here. But we'll see how it goes. Who are you? So that was on a 20. And it is piercing damage. They don't do slashing, so that's good. But yeah, hopefully hopefully someday we figure out how to run governments. I do think that Singapore has a very one of the biggest things that I think is important about meritocracy and the idea that you need competent people in charge that are smart and know how to do their job well is a lot of times if you look at politicians, they will talk in terms of demagoguery. They'll just talk in terms of like broad scale theory, right? And they're completely unaccountable for the consequences of their actions because nobody cares whether what they're doing works. People only care about whether what they're doing is right. And that's a huge issue, is dealing with the difference between something actually doing what it's set up, what you're trying to accomplish, versus something that makes you feel good, like you've done what you're supposed to do. And that's a big issue that, you know, politicians have on. This is not like limited to one party, right? One party has certainly exploited it to a large degree in America, much more so than anyone else in the country. Because I mean, the Republican Party is basically just a way of scamming poor people out of their money and their voting power. Like that's their actual, like, what's the word? It's their business model. That is a problem. I used all those blinds, didn't I? I think we might need to rest. I don't think we can actually handle this without resting first. Give me a second to check my stuff here. Oh, we do have one blind, so we could technically land a blind. She has a bunch of magic missiles. I think what we're going to do is we're going to purge all of this, and we're going to get a bunch of blinds. And we need to get a Doom, actually, I think. We might want to get 2. Okay, we're going to get 2 Dooms. And do you want a Doom? Yeah, I'm going to give you a Doom as well. So we're going to go ahead and take a nap. And that will give us a lot of blinds to use on these things. Because right now, we're not going to be able to... we're not going to be able to take these things by tanking them. We can't tank right now. So what we need to do instead is we need to basically get a blind off. So do we want to start spamming blind now, or do we want to Doom first? Yeah, and it's not always even just like falsely applying things, in the sense of like, it's not always that, you know, they're wrong exactly. Often it's just that it's selective, right? And selective enforcement is, generally speaking, worse than no enforcement at all. Selective enforcement leads to really, really bad shit. It is very bad for people to have selective enforcement of values. Because what selective enforcement allows you to do is, selective enforcement is basically the way that you get most of the major systemic problems that we have in the world today. Is you basically pick who you want to... What the fuck? Okay, so that was scary. So we've got that one blinded. Can we get away from these? I want to get away from these so that, because I don't actually have a tank at all right now. Oh, Jesus. Oh. This is going to be bad. Okay, we're going to move you guys to here. We're actually going to take you and move you down here. We're going to get you across the bridge. We need Kivan to start attacking. Let's see. Yeah, and the key is that if they were consistent, if people were consistent in application of that, it would, generally be speaking, be fine, right? Because if America wanted to be consistent with, you know, what's the word? With dealing with like these legitimately dangerous regimes, right? Like it's not like these regimes are not dangerous and are not like a massive problem for the world. If America was legitimately trying to deal with them in an honest manner, then they have to have a better strategy than just fucking invade random countries, because invading random countries is not going to work on a large scale. And so when you're selectively enforcing things, you have the ability to use strategies that obviously wouldn't work if you were attempting to actually fix the problem, but work fine in this one particular case to accomplish this one particular objective that is not actually the objective you're trying, that you're saying that you're trying to get. And so, like, that's the problem with selective enforcement, is that if you're trying to enforce something legitimately, you're not going to try to do it selectively. Let's see. I don't know that I'd necessarily agree with that. I think that you can change a place from the outside, but I don't think that you can change a place from the outside democratically. Democracy is not spread. When America took over Japan, they did not let the Japanese govern themselves. When America took over Japan, it was a puppet government of the United States. The Americans were governing Japan, and they eventually transitioned to a different type of government. But they also, had, and, obviously there are advantages to Japan, in that Japan is a very, whatchamacallit? Japan is very good at obeying the ruler, right? That's just an inherent part of their culture, is obeying is an easy thing for them to do. And so it's not a difficult switch to go from an emperor to go to a, occupying force, because there's not really that big of a distinction between them. And anyway, and there's a lot of stuff that makes Japan special in a variety of ways. But there's a lot of places that were completely reshaped by foreign conquerors taking them over. Japan was not a particular outlier in that regard. In my opinion, I don't think that it was that much of an outlier. It was an outlier in that it was done in the modern era, right? It was definitely done in the modern era, which was largely unique to the modern era. But one of the big differences is that if you think about the way that people used to do war, people were much more oppressive with the way that they dealt with warfare. And the kind of shit that, stabilizes a country that does not want you there is not the kind of stuff that a democratic modern government in the modern world can do. You can't do the things that you could do 100 years ago, right? You're not allowed to just genocide everyone, right? And that's, obviously good that you are not allowed to do that. But people have historically been able to accomplish all these interesting things in terms of, like, changing the way that governments behave fundamentally. It's just that the way that they did it was horrifying. And one of the issues that people have to deal with, and this is something that is the weakness of democracy. This is the inherent weakness of democracy. Democracy is amazing at making your country competitively viable against other countries. Democracy is an overpowered government type for declaring war on other people and conquering them. And this is the thing people get wrong about democracy, is that they think that democracy is internally stable and good as, like, a means of protecting your country from, monarchists and fascists and all those things. But every fascist government that's ever existed was democratically elected. Okay? democracy is not good at handling those things. Democracy is not good at those things because human nature is terrible. Human beings are horrifying creatures. They are not good. They are not kind. They can be. They can be kind. But humans are not, inherent angels of our virtues that get corrupted by, power, or get corrupted by this, or get corrupted by whatever. Humans are terrible in many ways. And so if you get a bunch of people together and have them make decisions together, they will make terrible decisions. And those decisions are in line with fascism. Fascism is kind of like the natural human state. And it's unnatural for us to fight against it, right? Bear in mind, it is good to fight against it, but it goes against our nature. And going against that nature is kind of the problem for our age, right? The problem for our age is figuring out a government that can successfully defend itself against the worst impulses of humanity. And that's what the modern age is all about. Like, that's what the search in the modern age is for. Because if you, as an example, if you give in to your, sort of fascist, your totally human fascist, behaviors, you will be crushed. You will have a terrible economy. You will have a terrible, military. You will have a terrible everything. Because it turns out that kind of, just follow, the supreme leader / God strategy is really bad. And it doesn't work effectively. It doesn't work effectively when competing with other countries. That being said, being nice to people does not win you debates. Okay? Being kind to people does not make people believe you. And if you're going to think about who people trust in this world, the person that you should trust the least in a conversation is the person who seems the most certain about what they are saying. The person who seems the most certain about what they're saying is the person who has no idea what they're talking about. And this is, a very well documented and well understood thing generally. But, it is a very important element of humanity that they believe people who believe in themselves. And the people who believe in themselves the most, and the people who are most likely to just make sweeping statements and not couch them with, as far as I can tell, based off of what I know, based off of this, and this, insert long argument here, these are the things that, I understand, right? Those kinds of expressions make someone more, make what the person is saying more accurate, right? They also make the person sound soft and weak, and so people don't trust them and don't believe them. Well, I mean, he's not special, right? Like, Trump isn't special. Trump isn't any different than other Republican politicians. And he's not that different from Democratic politicians either. Let's be clear. The people who are running most countries are incompetent. They're not competent. There's nothing, like, if you look at, like, yeah, but that's also the way that, like, if you look at, if you look at Obama's messaging of hope and change is all about sweeping, sentiments and, appealing to emotion. If you listen to the guy talk, it's not natural for him. Obama was a very competent individual, and he was one of the only competent politicians that we've had. Hillary Clinton is another person who's extremely competent, and who has, her messaging is a mess, right? But while her messaging is a mess, the reason her messaging is a mess is because America can't figure out how to handle women who have any sense. Like, the way that America has treated Hillary Clinton over the course of her life is just crazy. And to expect her to be able to communicate with people on a, like, naturally, instead of being basically, a robot who has a very difficult and a very dishonest robot at that. Like, expecting anything else from her communication is crazy, because anytime she tries to be, a sensible human being, people say, well, you can't do that. You're a woman. You're not allowed to be sensible. And and that's the way that her life has been. That's been her whole life. She's not young, right? The experience that she has had in her life is way worse than the experience that any woman younger than her has had. And that's not to say that women who are younger than her have had an easy time. Far from it. It's just that there's a huge difference between the kind of shit that she had to put up with on a national level and the kind of shit that, basically anyone... This baby wyvern does crushing damage? Oh, does it have multiple attacks of different types? That's good to know. Yeah, and, look, I understand why people... I don't agree with anything remotely similar to all of her policies, but her policies were not particularly... what's the word? When she was a presidential candidate, and this is one thing that people need to figure out about their presidents, and this is something that, again, Democrats are just as bad as Republicans in this way. If you are looking at a presidential candidate for your party, you are not looking for the most liberal or the most conservative or the most whatever of your party. What you're looking for is someone who can sign a piece of paper when it's put in front of them and has the intention of signing what the majority of the party wants to have happen into law. The President of the United States is not supposed to dictate policy. They are not supposed... Well, they're supposed to dictate policy. They're not supposed to be dictating legislation. And one of the, just nightmares of... And this is one of the problems that, the American Constitution has in the separation of powers, is that the American Constitution is fundamentally built upon the premise that people want power and they want to keep the power to themselves, and that they don't want to give that power to a dictator. But if you look at the way that the Congress has consistently acted in the last 30 years, Congress has consistently pushed more and more power into the president because they don't want the power. They want to give that power to the president. They want to be able to say, oh no, it's the president's fault, not mine, because they want to protect not their power. They want to, they do kind of want to protect their power. They want to protect their power in some contexts. But what they predominantly are looking for is to protect their position. They don't want to lose the prestige that comes with being a congressperson, and they don't want to lose all the money that they get for all of the behaviors that would be completely illegal in any other country, because America does not have any concept of how to handle corruption, right? So, the oversight of, and the lack of understanding that the American founding fathers had of basic humanity has really caused a lot of fucking problems for America, let me tell you. Because Congress doesn't want to do its job. Yeah. And everything that was in that... People call it Obamacare, but he had nothing to do with making it, right? It was originally proposed by Romney, wasn't it? The entire thing in whole cloth was designed by other people, and he shouldn't have even been presenting it, as far as I'm concerned, because that's not his job. His job is to run the executive branch of government. His job is to run the military, to run the FBI, to run all of these organizations that are legitimately difficult to run, and to get the job of president done. And Congress wants him to do his job for them, or wants him to do their jobs for them. Like, oh, well, yeah, the president should set what the agenda for what we're going to be doing. Screw you. No, he shouldn't. You could argue that the VP should, maybe. The vice president, maybe, because the vice president is at least, the leader of the Senate, right? So the vice president, sure, you can make an argument that the vice president should be at least involved in there. But the president? No. President shouldn't even be involved. He shouldn't be in the room when these kinds of decisions are made. Because it's a clear violation of the separation of powers for the president to be involved in legislation. He's just there to make sure that when Congress decides that they're going to do something, that the thing that they're doing isn't insane. That's his job. That's why he has veto power. So, and veto power is really important. It's not like it's, an insignificant thing to have veto power. And it depends on the country. Like, the president of Singapore is kind of interesting because the president of Singapore is a largely ceremonial position with no actual authority to do anything. Because from a practical perspective, they have veto power. There's not that big of a difference between the president of Singapore and the president of the United States in terms of their technical power set. But because of the fact that it's a one-party system, basically, it's not technically a one-party system. There's more than one party in Singapore. But because of the fact that all of the competent people in Singapore who want to go into government become members of the PAP. The PAP has basically gotten a stranglehold on competent members of the public. And, I think that there's a big difference between what the president is supposed to do and what a prime minister is supposed to do. They're very different things structurally, and a lot of places have both. And when you have both a prime minister and a senator, and a president, it becomes very clear that the prime minister is not equivalent to the president of the United States. The prime minister is the equivalent of the Speaker of the House. Nancy Pelosi is the equivalent of a prime minister. That's her job. And I think, who's the other one? Mitch McConnell? Those two people are the equivalents of prime ministers. But they have shunted their responsibility onto the president. So if you look at the way that they present themselves, right? They are the way that they present themselves, they undermine their own position so thoroughly that you would basically think that Nancy Pelosi doesn't even have a job. That her job is basically just ceremonial. But she is the leader of the Democratic Party in Congress, and as a result, it is her job to do policy, and legislation rather. And I don't think that the speaker role in a parliamentary system is the same as the speaker role in the American system. Because this is one of the problems, is that you have all these positions that have similar or samey sounding names, and in practice they have similar or samey sounding ways of implementing. But the Speaker of the House is not there to be a neutral party in America. The Speaker is not there to be a neutral party. They are the head of their party. Whereas if New Zealand is similar to Britain, the UK, the Speaker is not meant to be a member of their party who leads their party. The Speaker is meant, as you say, to maintain order in Parliament and to be the bouncer and the person who's in charge of the... they're the dungeon master, not the player, right? They're not a player, they are the dungeon master. They're just running the ship so that everything runs correctly. They're not really supposed to have an opinion. That's the way that I have interpreted that role, but that's not the role that the speaker has in American politics. It's a totally different role. So, let's see. You know what I always say? Always kill the mouthy one. That's what I always say. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and walk backward. And if you guys are willing to just stand there, then sure, I'll cast 6 webs at you. Why wouldn't I cast 6 webs at you? Is that what you wanted me to do? I think it is, right? If you're all just standing here, sure. I'm pretty sure that she does. Though, to be fair, I'm actually not positive. The American legal system is extremely convoluted, or not legal system. The American government is very convoluted, and I am not remotely an expert by any stretch of the imagination on the runnings of the government. So I don't know all the details on how it's run. Let's go ahead and cast a hold person on you. That's not good. Oh, jeez. That's very bad. She's held, so... I think we might have gotten him? Oh, that guy's got a fucking throwing axe. Well, that's a problem. Okay, we're gonna...
I'd rather not answer that.
I'm sorry? Was not intending to be talking to you. Oh god, I wonder what she thought I said. Oh man. That sounds like a thing put in place to, you know, protect against, you know, people who want to have sex with their Amazon thing. I don't want to say her name because I don't want to trigger her to respond. Yeah. And so it varies depending on like the specific the specific government as well. Like not all parliamentary systems are exactly the same because some parliaments also have a president and some don't, as far as I can tell. And you end up with weird shit. Oh, so I'm sure that a lot of people have heard about the like, you know, the like global gender gap like report that came out recently. And I'm going to preface this by saying that there are huge problems with, you know, the way that women are treated in the world, and the gender gap is a problem that needs to be dealt with. But that report is the crappiest statistics I have seen in my life. It is just so bad. It is the opposite of good. So, to give you an idea of the kind of weird shit that you end up with, so Iceland ended up at the top of the list. And for anyone who's curious why Iceland is at the top of the list, the reason that Iceland is at the top of the list is because of the fact that they have 2 heads of state sometimes according to the way that they measure the thing, which means that basically they have 2 chances to have a female head of state instead of 1, and they've had either a president or a prime minister that is a head of state a disproportionate amount of time, and so it basically, because that value in terms of the overall averages is weighted so heavily, that singular value puts them at the very top of the list because nobody else has had, in the last 50 years, how many heads of state do you think any country has had that are female? And you might think, oh, well, the Queen of England is a head of state and she's female, but she's not elected, so she doesn't count. And so you end up with some countries that just have weird advantages where when a woman is in either of those positions, they count it for both, but when a man is, they don't. Well, that's the key, but in the last 50 years, right? In the last 50 years, how many years have had one of those. If they're all happening at the same time, it's bad for you. You actually want your head of state to happen differently. So you don't want a prime minister and a president simultaneously, because that's 1 year with a female in either position. Because it just happens to be both. Because they're not actually counting it in any way that you would think, any logically or intellectually consistent manner. The way that they're counting it is like they were specifically trying to make things better for Iceland and only Iceland. That's like the only like real justification for the way that they did the math. It doesn't work out. Because it's easy to count both, but if you count both, then you have to divide by 100 instead of 50, because you have 100 years that you're checking. You're checking 50 years of president, 50 years of prime minister. But they didn't. They checked the 50. So they're getting like 22 years instead of, depending on whether you went with the prime minister or the president, instead of being 4 years or 16 years, right? And so it makes a huge difference the way that they calculate it, and that value is so important that that pretty much single-handedly locked the win in for them. Well, it might count, because it's still an elected position, whether or not she was elected into the position. It's hard to say. I don't know how they do all of their math, because they don't really explain it at all. The only way that I figured it out was I was looking, and I'm like, why is it that they are showing the country as having 20 years when I can only find 4? Because I'm looking at the list of prime ministers. They have a variety. This basing it off of this data on itself, there's a lot of problems with the way that they handle the data. Basically, one of the issues with the way that the data is handled is that there's only a few pieces of data that really have a meaningful chance of being different between countries, because they're all basically the same. So, like, as an example, they have a category in there. So here's the other crazy thing. So, if you were to guess in terms of health and survival, which classification of country would you say is going to score the best on a gender equality thing? Like, so think of a classification of country. What country do you think gets better scores than others? Like, what type of country? And as soon as anyone makes a guess in the comments, I will tell you exactly what countries make the top of the list. And it's a coherent type. It's not Scandinavian. It is war-torn countries. It's countries that are currently involved in active military conflicts locally, where lots and lots of people are dying. Those are the countries that top the list for health and survival. And the reason is that wars kill more men than women. So because they use simple ratios for everything, the health and survival, you have something like, in war-torn countries, the life expectancy of a woman to a man is something like 50% higher. Because a woman will be expected to live to be like 46, and a man will be expected to live to 30 because he's going to pick up a gun and get shot. And, well, that's the thing. Syria is one of the countries that has that category capped out. They have the perfect score for that category. And there's like 16 countries at the top of the health and survival list with perfect scores, and they're all war-torn. They're not all war-torn countries, I don't think. But they're almost exclusively war-torn countries, or countries with very serious internal problems that are disproportionately killing men over women. When your statistics are giving you Syria as the top of health and health and survival, you probably should change the way that you're dealing with your metrics, right? This is not a meaningful statistic for determining, the health and survival of women, if that's the case. And anyway, so there's that whole shebang. And so there's a lot of problems with the way that their statistics were handled. There's quite a few problems with the way that it all works out and the way that they have decided to run their stats. But the problem is, right, and this is like a really serious problem. These are real problems, right? There are serious problems with the way that humanity treats women, right? Half the population of the world is treated terribly everywhere in the world. Like, there's no places that, get to pretend that they're not treating their women terribly. And that includes Scandinavian countries. Scandinavian countries have a better reputation, generally, by the metrics of this study than everyone else. But one of the problems is that a lot of it comes down to we're topping the list because of the fact that the list basically just checks how close you are to Scandinavia, as opposed to, like, there's other metrics that you could use to measure, and you don't. Deciding to use, like... Anyway. It's all a thing. But there's a very serious problem with that. The other thing that's important to remember, and this is, I think, something that is a huge problem for humanity generally, is that trying to pretend that Scandinavia is perfect and that people should just be emulating Scandinavia is very dangerous, because you know who else thinks we should just be like Scandinavia is white supremacists. Because Scandinavia is exclusively Scandinavian. There aren't even other white people in Scandinavia, right? We're talking about population demographics that are like, okay, so like Sweden is like 93% Swedish or something like that. I don't remember the exact count. It's somewhere between 80 and 95%. And different countries in Scandinavia have different margins, but they're all in that vicinity, right? Like, Iceland is 86% Icelandic, right? As a cultural ethnic group, that's a tiny ethnic group, right? And so it's like, hey, liberals, it's really easy for people to be liberal when you can be a white supremacist and a socialist at the same time, because people who aren't white will not benefit from your policies. You know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to take care of your brother. It's very easy to take care of your cousin. And in small population countries that are monoracial, right, that have not had any immigration historically pretty much at all, it's very easy to be very liberal, because who's the only people that benefit are people that you care about. And you don't feel like, ooh, those, insert whatever group you don't like here are stealing my money because it's your cousin and you want to take care of your cousin. And I mean that literally, because, like, I mean, there's really not that much... there's such a small amount of diversity there that it's really, like, you're looking at very small... Everyone's related to everyone at a relatively near level. And so, anyway. Like, there were... It's kind of like how when I was dating... in high school, I was dating another Irish girl, because I am ethnically Irish, and she had concerns at one point that, are we related actually? Are we like second cousins? Because, I'm actually related to some Sullivans. And, that's kind of the dynamic that you end up with when you're dealing with some of these problems. There we go. So hopefully he gets held again, because if he doesn't get held again, I'm in trouble, because I can't actually cast any spells on him. Oh, good, he got held again. Yeah, it turned out she was actually my sister. Funny thing. It turned out she was actually my sister and my mother and my aunt all at the same time. No. But as an example, Ireland is a relatively small place, right? As a country, it's a relatively small place. So it's not unreasonable to think that someone who is also from there, right, is potentially related to you, because you have a lot of people and you have a lot of surnames in common, right? So, whereas obviously if you're, anyway, it is what it is. But so we do have some issues with simultaneously. So it's like bad statistics, right? And I the reason that bad statistics are so bad for the world is because if you want to do something about, as an example, like women's education, if you want to help educating women, do you really want to go to a place that has, a relatively low rate of education for women, but just has an inexplicably low rate of education for men at the same time? Or do you want to look at a place that has, as an example, women doing non-traditionally female things? So, like, if you look at the numbers that they used, right, the simple ratios that they use, in terms of education, Scandinavia shows up reasonably well, right? Because the numbers for men and women are relatively equitable. But the numbers for both are actually kind of disturbingly low. Like, the education values, the number of, like, Scandinavians that are actually getting like upper level educations is like half of that of the Singaporeans. And this is data that they have, right? I'm gathering this from the same report. It's data that they have. It's just data that they didn't actually bother to rank, right? They don't use it in gauging which country is performing better. And the only way to find it is to dig through a multi-thousand page report, you know what I mean? And look through each country individually, because none of this stuff is actually ranked. So both men and women have reasonably low values. But the other thing that's important is that they actually showed what kind of education these people are getting. So what industries they're going into. And if you look at Scandinavia, half of the women are going into education and health services, right? Now, I am extrapolating that a large portion of those women in health are not becoming doctors and are instead becoming nurses, right? But even if they are becoming doctors, it's basically just upgrading within the same field, right? And it's half of women that are doing that. Like, so half of this is women getting into fields that are considered to be professional fields and considered to be technical, skilled fields, but they're also fields that are less respected by society, right? They're less respected by society. They're paid worse than other fields, though in Scandinavia that's less of a relevant thing because everyone near the middle is very near the middle, right? People that are very poor are very poor. People who are very rich are very rich. Outside of those two things, everyone is very similar. So you either fall through the system or you don't. But if you're in the system, then you're all very similar. So anyway, whereas if you look at like IT, if you look at IT, you're looking at numbers like a tenth as many women are going into information technology as men, right? It's like 0.6% or something like that in either Norway or Sweden. I don't remember which, but it's like 0.6% of women are going into IT, right? You have these tiny numbers of women going into the sciences and to these other fields that have historically been hostile to women and not wanted women to come in and encroach on a men's field. Whereas if you look at Singapore, Singapore is really interesting demographically. Singapore is a very interesting field because if you look at things like the humanities, globally, the humanities are relatively similar. The arts tend to be similar. So arts and humanities tend to be relatively gender neutral in terms of who goes into them. It's, somewhere around 10% or whatever for most places. One thing that's super interesting in Singapore is that it's the only country that I looked at where women, you have a dominant field for women and you have a dominant field for men that are way bigger than anything else. And the dominant field for women is not health, it's not education. Both of those are very low on the totem pole. Those are very small. They're closer to the humanities for both of those fields. The thing that women are getting educations in is business administration. And it's something like 35% of women versus like 20% of men. So women go into business administration, men go into engineering, right? There's like 38% or something of professional, of diplomas that men are getting that are in, sorry, not diplomas, degrees that men are getting are in engineering, which first of all was a shock to me because I thought everyone was a banker. I thought everyone here was a banker. I'm very confused as to where all these engineers are coming from. But the fields that are most prominent are business administration, which is not a female-dominated industry, right? That is not an industry that in other countries it's like a 2-to-1 ratio of men to women in business administration. And it's close to a 2-to-1 ratio in Singapore too, but in the opposite direction, which I find very interesting. But you also have stuff like IT. IT is actually, there's a lot more women in IT in Singapore than in other countries. And it's something like, I'm trying to remember. I don't even remember. It was a relatively equal value. I think that they were pretty similar. I don't remember whether IT in Singapore was half as many women as men, or if it was more, or sorry, not more, like even, like they were like 7% versus 6% or something like that. There was actually quite a lot. Oh no, I remember what it was. I think it was there were a lot of IT graduates that were male, something along the lines of like 15% or something, and there were as many female. The percentage of women was small relative to men. As a ratio, though not nearly as small as a ratio compared to other countries. So it's like half of as many as what you had for men. But it was actually like the same or more than the number of men in IT in other countries, right? And so that's something that I found very interesting. And one of the issues with the whole if you make all the tests to be like, well, who's the most like Scandinavia, and you don't think about things like, well, does Scandinavia actually do, this very well, or is it just that there's a lot of things that, if we're being honest, humanity has sort of given a pat on the back and said, yes, this is a very important degree that's very, very technical, when they're talking to women, but they don't actually really think of it as a technical degree, and they don't think of it as a professional skill at all. And when it comes to education and nursing, that is absolutely the way that society treats it. Both of these skills, by the way, these are both very important skills that are very critical. These are very skilled professions, but they aren't given the respect that skilled professions deserve, and they do not have the actual education quality is not up to a sufficient standard for a lot of that stuff to legitimately say that these people are getting the kind of education that this kind of field deserves. If you look at, teachers in America are not what I would not compare a teacher in America to an engineer. If you look at Singapore, a teacher in Singapore is, I would say, I would expect a better education out of a teacher in Singapore than I would expect out of an engineer. Full stop. Any country, maybe not a chemical engineer, right? But any other type of engineer. I'm biased, my father's a chemical engineer. But teachers in Singapore are some of the most highly educated and highly, respected and paid individuals in the country. And that is something that just is not the case elsewhere. But as a consequence of that being a respected field, people actually get into teaching. People who want to get into the field of educating people and improving the lives of children become teachers. Because that's a good way to do it. Whereas in a lot of countries, especially like if you look at America, if you want to help the lives of children, becoming a teacher is not an efficient strategy. It's just not a good strategy. You don't have the authority to change anything, and you're not going to get the kind of education that allows you to know what you should be doing in the first place. The education isn't there, right? If you don't know how to help kids, then how are you going to help kids? So it's like, from a practical perspective, despite the fact that you have to get a degree to do it, because the people who are teaching you how to teach don't know how to teach, it's basically a completely it's closer to the way that like guilds and blacksmiths used to work than to an actual technical profession, right? Because there's just not a lot of scientific understanding of how you teach children in most of the world. And Singapore is doing a huge amount of research. The children here are guinea pigs. It's glorious. They have all of these different schools that all have different strategies that they're implementing, and the schools worldwide are adopting, or countrywide, not worldwide. The schools countrywide are adopting the most effective strategies that, I'm trying to remember what they were called. There's a specific type of school. So basically, some of the best schools in the country are given free rein to do certain things. They're given free rein to experiment, to change things, to figure out, what happens if you do this, right? What happens if you do this? They're given free rein to change that kind of stuff, right? And everyone else, no. You have to do what you're told. You have to do exactly what you're told. And obviously, in the classroom itself, you have a degree of leeway with how you teach, right? Your specific teaching style, to a degree, you have control over. But a lot of the methods are things that are well tried and true, practiced things that get good results, and they know they get good results because they are studying the results religiously in order to get the best educational results out of it. And that's simply not something that's done anywhere else. Nobody else has that kind of information gathering system in place for their educational system. And people don't really pay attention to when Asia does really well because they're just like, oh, well, that's Asia. We don't need to pay attention to it. Because racism, basically. So, and, because, people are just like, oh, well, Asians are just inherently good at, No. I actually forgot what I was saying. But, it's fine. All right. Oh, right. People assume that there's something inherent, because racism, again. People assume that there's something inherent about Asia that makes it so that they get good results. And that's simply not the case. The reason that Asia gets good results is because of very specific cultural attributes that influenced the policies of countries, as well as a variety of other things. Also, bear in mind, not all of Asia does amazingly well, and do not let China fool you. Okay? China has these massive impoverished populations and prison camps and other places where they do not educate any children. And they cheat on these tests all the time by basically feeding the answers ahead of time to the schools. They have these gigantic fucking things that they do. So anytime you see China on any sort of international list, go ahead and just ignore them, because they are specifically gaming the system to try and make their numbers look better. Okay, it's terrible. Adding China to the list when they clearly were not actually following any of the rules for these kinds of educational things was a huge mistake, because it just gives the Chinese government the ability to put out propaganda. There's just complete nonsense, right? It's just nonsense. The idea that, China has a good education system is ridiculous, because they don't educate a bunch of their people. Anyway, it's terrible. There's all these things like, oh, well, we were only going to check specific, schools in the richest parts of the country, and oh, we're going to tell the government in advance that we're coming, and blah, 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 blah. It's bad. Let's see. Take a little starch out of my maple. Oh, this is the guard. I thought this was a miner. I was so confused. Okay, this makes much more sense. And so anyway, if you're looking to, make your education system better in whatever your home country is, I would definitely recommend doing some research into the Singapore school system, because Singapore has a very results-oriented approach to schooling. And one of the things that people think about Asia that is completely wrong is that, like, rote memorization is, like, the name of the game in, like, places like Singapore, where people just memorize everything. And that's absolutely true of what I would refer to as sort of Asian culture. Like, that's the cultural norm. But the cultural norm is not the same thing as the thing that is actually implemented as a policy by the schools and the way that the schools actually implement things. So sorry, I get distracted when I start reading the things, and then I lose track of where I am, because I'm basically just rambling. And rambling isn't necessarily the best way to get a cogent argument out. So when it comes to things like, actually understanding what you're reading and things like that, people think that, places like Singapore are producing a bunch of people that don't actually understand what they're doing. And that is simply not the case. That is not at all the case. When I listen to, my Singaporean friends talk about random shit. I remember when I first got here, I was really shocked listening to my Singaporean friends talk, because they were all so knowledgeable about, like, relatively in-depth scientific concepts and things like that, right? And because of the fact that they get into, so in America, it's very common to have multiple choice tests, because multiple choice tests are easy to mark and they're easy to do, and it makes your students look a lot better than they are, right? And it's easy to cheat on them as well. I actually had a teacher in high school who eventually got fired for a completely unrelated reason, because he was, like, sexually harassing his students. But he also would, like, put in weird shit on his tests, where he would, like, bold. He would put into bold the correct answer on something like 80% of the questions, or he'd, like, give extra credit for really weird, like, bizarre stuff. Like, there was a thing on his thing, one of his tests, he had a thing where he said, at the start of the test, it said, like, read all the instructions before you answer the questions, right? And at the very end of the test, on the very last page, it said, if you've reached this point and haven't marked anything on your page, come to me and you get extra credit. But the actual way that it was written was, shall we say, grammatically ambiguous as to whether you were actually supposed to read the entire test, which just doesn't make any sense, or if you were supposed to just read all of the instructions that are before the questions, right? Because each sort of, like, section, so to speak, had its own directions. And it was just a way for him to just get more credit onto his students. And a lot of teachers have extra credit in America. There's a lot of different methods that people do it. But they're given kind of free rein to give extra credit for whatever they damn well please. And as a result, a lot of teachers just use the extra credit to make themselves look better and get their students better grades without those students actually learning anything or actually advancing the material in any meaningful way, right? You're not actually teaching the material better. And then you keep teaching on these multiple choice tests. And they don't do that in Singapore. Multiple choice tests are, you do lots of essay questions and lots of stuff that's very time consuming. My wife is a teacher. Lots of stuff that's very time consuming for the teachers, very time consuming for the students, and requires an actual understanding of what you're talking about in order to successfully sort of navigate, right? You can't just, you can't do what I did for most of my school year, my schooling, which I'm the kind of person where I would never bother to study, right? And I could get away with it in part because I am just such an amazing genius. And in part because I didn't actually care about my grades, so if I got a B, I didn't care. And in part just because I'm actually I'm a writer, for those who aren't aware. I am actually a published author. And English is kind of my jam, to the extent that if you ask me a question in English involving technical terms that I do not understand, there is a very decent chance that I will be able to figure out what those technical terms are and what they mean and what that means for the test itself without having to actually understand the material that it underpins it. And so I can tell you what the right answer is, not because I know what the right answer is, but because I know what the right answer looks like. I know what the right answer looks like in terms of what it's in terms of the actual word itself. I know what the word should look like. And so if you have a bunch of answers that all look like the right word, sure, but that's almost impossible to pull off. So in almost every case, there aren't a bunch of legitimate words that can be used to describe something that feasibly could be all the same thing. And so when you have a multiple choice test and you give me the word, I win. I ace your test because I know what the word looks like, because anyway. And that's a problem that you have with tests that are multiple choice. So multiple choice tests are not good. They're very bad. But the idea that, like countries like, as an example, Singapore, are using multiple choice tests is just ludicrous, because multiple choice tests don't give you good results. So why would a country like Singapore that has a good education system be using them, right? And so you have a lot of things where people will kind of make excuses for why their country performs so badly, rather than look at the actual countries and say, okay, so what exactly are these people doing? Because people just don't know. They don't really have any idea. They don't really think of Singapore as a country. They don't think of Singapore as being different than Hong Kong. They don't think of it as being different from China, and they don't think of it as being different from just, in many cases, like Japan. I remember I had a conversation with my grandmother, where she had seen something on Fox News about China, and for whatever reason, she thought it was about Japan. And so I was talking about how in Japan, when someone is sick in Japan, they wear like masks to cover their face so that they don't spread it. So if you have a cough in Japan, you are societally expected, and people do this, to wear a mask, so that you aren't coughing on people, and so you aren't coughing on surfaces that people are going to be touching, and so you're not infecting the country. And it's just such a very sensible thing. So anyway, I was talking to my family about it, and my grandmother was saying, I've heard about, that, and, they wear the masks because of the smog. And I'm like, smog? In Japan? Are you kidding me? And luckily, my uncle, who had seen the same thing, was like, no, that wasn't Japan, that was China. China, totally different country. But it's one of those things where a lot of people just don't really make a connection between... they don't realize that these countries are not the same. And they're often, not even remotely similar. Right? Like, China and Japan are basically on opposite ends of the spectrums. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, especially when you're learning a language like Chinese, oh yeah. Because Chinese, the meaning is in the actual writing, right? So you can see whether this is the correct answer or not, because it's, right there. It's like, which one of these is referring to a car? It's probably the one that involves the symbol for, like, carriage, or, the one that involves, the symbol for this, that, or the other thing. And you can generally puzzle out what the combination is that's resulting in this, as long as you know some of the underlying, notes, right? So it can be very difficult to test people on their knowledge. I should have just done that earlier. Alright, so let's... There we go. This is going to be fun. I like this part. So... Life has adventure. I'm going to have to kick this guy, so... Let's go ahead and heal Silria first. Pop the heal on her. Yeah, I'm very happy with my new home. And who knows? There's a decent chance that I'm going to be moving to Canada at some point, and then I can go on about all of the interesting things that Canada does that other places don't do. I write fantasy novels. I haven't actually done it in a long time because I wasn't really making any money off of it. So I just decided, you know what? I could do something else that I'm not going to make any money off of that's easier. Because writing is hard. One of the things that's important about writing is that writing is an entertaining activity, but there's always something easier I could be doing than doing actual writing. And so I don't write anymore, really. Though I do periodically write, and I'm probably going to get some writing done tomorrow. But yeah, I have a fantasy series. I think I have it linked down below still, I'm pretty sure. My pen name is Latilia Savar. So, and I've written a series of novellas called The War of the Dead, and then I wrote a sequel to The War of the Dead that is called Varan's Gambit. And I'm in the middle of writing the sequel to that, which does not have a title yet. Sure. Why kill him when he's already dead? Let's see. It's been a while since I got anything published, because it's also much easier to write than it is to publish. To actually get the work in a state where you're actually finished with it is the biggest issue. I started writing a romance novel involving an immortal Viking accountant is the way that I described him. And so I did start writing a romance novel of that sort, but it's not actually it's not really my skill set, honestly. I'm not good at descriptive writing. My writing is very to the point, very plot focused. Did you just... It didn't even turn around. Y'all see that? The animation was pointed toward a different character entirely. Oh, I can make myself immune to that. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm immune. Interesting. Oh, we have Hold Undead. Do we want to use that? Let's do it. Oh, that worked. Jeez, this thing is rough. These gas, man. They're just ghastly. That. It's weird to think of Severia as a healer. Severia as a healer is a very strange concept. Okay, let's keep on going. Those things were doing piercing damage, right? Oh, I can blind it. Let's do that. I'm trying to wonder. I'm like wondering what I'm gonna do. This is like the best spell in like the entire series, by the way. Blind is so good. There's no other spell in the entire series that's as awesome as blind. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. It's so good. It's so useful. It's so versatile because it can target just about anything. And it's a first level spell, so you can cast as many of them as you damn well please. Well, I actually... oh, right, this thing. Okay, I got it now. Alright, so we actually have to shoot this thing from range. It has a Hobgoblin AI, and since it has Hobgoblin AI, if you attack it in melee range, it will move toward you. Let's see here. People consume a lot of romance. I don't. The stuff that I have published is not romance. The stuff that I have published is fantasy. But the way that I would describe my fantasy is almost like anime fantasy, only without all the anime tropes. In terms of like the relative power level of things, it tends not to. Let's just say that the characters are like what you would expect from a high-level Dungeons & Dragons wizard. Not all the characters, but the big movers and shakers are. And the characters in the setting, I would say, are probably what I would describe as... The characters that I actually use as point-of-view characters are, for the most part, like, I would say level 11-ish. Not all of them. And the first book, you definitely are dealing with a like level 1 scrub. So you have a level 1 scrub as the protagonist of the first book, and that book is actually much more close to paranormal than it is to fantasy, because the viewer, the reader, and the character who's your point of view character have no idea what the hell is going on for a large portion of it. So it's almost like paranormal horror for the first half of the book, and then it translates into a more like a paranormal fantasy kind of merger later on. But then things get much closer to, your... I don't know about high fantasy exactly, but they get much more fantasy and much less paranormal as you proceed through it, and it starts using point-of-view characters who actually have any idea what's going on. It starts using point-of-view characters, and the people who didn't know anything now start to know things and understand things. And the reader, at the very least, knows all the things, even if the characters in the setting do not. Yep. De facto leader of the slaves. Alright. So, I didn't get a rep bonus from that. That's kind of weird. Alright, do we want to pick up Yeslik? I think what we're going to do, because I don't really feel like murdering any of my party members, what we're going to do is we're going to walk outside first, and then we're going to kick Koran outside, and then we're going to come back in. Yeah, the kind of stuff that I write is, because if you think about your typical like fantasy, it tends to be very wordy, it tends to be very verbose, and it tends to pay a lot of attention. It's like, in many cases, it's like a, what's the word? Like if you look at Tolkien, it's like he was writing a tourism pamphlet for the setting, right? And that's not how I write. I don't write like that at all. I'm very results oriented with my writing. I tend to write in a smaller number of words. Scenes tend to be shorter, and I tend to not tell you things. I tend to not tell you a lot of things. I leave a lot of things on the table, so to speak. Because if the characters understand something amongst themselves, I typically do not hold the reader's hand and have the characters... I don't, like, come up with some excuse to have the characters explain something to each other or the audience. And I don't really jump out of the character. I could actually do it. It wouldn't be terribly difficult. Given that it is written from the perspective of a historian in the setting. So I could actually explain things a lot more than I do justifiably. But I don't, that's not the way that I like to read. So I don't write that way, because I write basically for what I like to read. So, people are actually reading more books today than they've ever read in history. Part of that is literacy, because people are more literate now. But people read a ton now, because it's so easy to do it. Like, and you might not realize that other people are reading instead of texting, because a lot of people, because I'm on public transport a lot, and there's a lot of people reading a lot of books, and you only know that if you actually look at their phone. You have to actually see the phone to know what they're doing, because you have Kindle apps on your phone now, so you can use your phone for anything. And because it's so convenient, I mean, it obviously depends on where you are, right? Because like if you're in a country where people typically drive, then they're not going to be reading because they're driving. They can't drive and read at the same time. Hopefully, they're not driving and reading at the same time. Did I just trap my characters in a weird? Okay, that was weird. Yeah, romance is definitely a booming industry. It is definitely a booming industry. That is a growth industry if ever there was one. People never stop wanting romance, okay? It's a great genre. Everyone likes romance. There's a reason that every movie is a romance in some way, shape, or form, right? They always have the male and female lead get together because everyone wants that. That's the kind of content that people want. So people give it to them. So he's got Warhammer skill. Do I want to give him sword and shield style? That seems very silly. Do I want to give him dual wield? Yeah. There's no way he's going to get high enough level to actually make use of that. So we've got a fighter cleric. He's got 18 dex. Yeah, it's, well, by the way, when I say that, you know, people like this genre, I'm not saying that every person likes them, obviously. It's just that they're very popular and they're always going to be popular. There's always going to be lots of people who are interested in reading that kind of stuff, right? And everyone has their own individual tastes, right? But that's a very, very popular genre because of the fact that it touches on, you know, such like such visceral stuff, right? Well, I mean, statistically speaking, you're wrong. Statistically speaking, when you look at the data, people if you look at surveys of how much time do you spend reading books, people read more books today than they ever have in history, because it's so hard to read a book. Like if you've got a book that you have to carry around as a physical object anywhere you want to read it, it's harder to read. Like if not for the fact that I have a Kindle, I would probably read, I'd say 90% less than I read today. Because the primary place that I'm going to read is when I really want to get to sleep and I don't want to get up and wander around, and I am in bed with my wife. And I cannot be in bed with my wife and read a book that does not have a backlit screen. If the book doesn't have a backlit screen, I'm not reading it in bed, because my wife is very light sensitive. So any light in the room is going to disrupt her sleep, and I'm not going to do that to her, right? So so that's the basic gist there. Yeah. And I feel like people have always been thinking that reading was on the decline, and reading has always been on the upswing, like throughout all of history, right? Like people are always like, oh, well, people aren't reading as much anymore because they aren't familiar with the things that I am familiar with. And it's like, yeah, but the things that you're familiar with are old people things. Young people are reading young people things. They're not reading the same things. Just like you weren't reading the same things that your father was reading when you were a kid, right? And so I do think that there's an element of that. But there's also just an element of humans always think that we're perpetually on the decline. There's always a tendency to think that everything's getting worse all the time. People are very pessimistic. And generally speaking, things are getting better over time. Them's the breaks. Things are getting better. And that's been true for a long, long time, and hopefully it will continue to stay true for a long, long time. There are bumps along the road, obviously, but do I want to start getting... Because Command is not doing quite as much work for me anymore. Because things don't have low enough HP and they're not coming in small enough numbers. I think I might want to dump a couple of these. I read less than I used to. I've read less ever since I started writing, because for me, I write the stuff that I would want to read, and nobody else writes the stuff that I want to read. So I don't read as much as I used to. The stuff that I do read is usually I read so much Stephen King. I read Stephen King not all the time. I don't read very much anymore, generally. But when I do read, it's very often Stephen King. It's disproportionately Stephen King what I read. Because, he's so good at writing characters. And, there was one book I remember that he wrote where I was like, this is completely unbelievable. These characters are acting ridiculous. Americans, would never stand for blah, 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 or whatever, right? This doesn't sound at all reasonable. And then, the last however many years of American politics, the last 6 years of American politics happened. And, it turns out that I was wrong and Stephen King was right, and nobody's really surprised by this. Nobody should be surprised that the master of characters was actually probably correct. And yes, this is something that is a totally believable thing to happen. And that was Under the Dome, I think it was. The whole Under the Dome book, really, I didn't manage to finish the book. I did not finish the book because the characters in it were just so terrible. And they were such terrible human beings. And I'm like, this doesn't seem reasonable. I don't think they could get away with this. And then it turns out, yeah, they could. What the fuck? Wait, did I give her the boots of speed? Why did I give you the paws of the cheetah? I'm not a very smart person, it turns out. That's a good question. I actually don't know if it was made into a TV show. It probably was. I mean, a lot of his stuff has been turned into other things. I'm sure it's been made into at least one visual medium. Let's see. Wait, did she just successfully detect that illusion? Did she just from like here? Yeah, that's the basic premise of it. Yes, that's the basic premise. Large dome appears suddenly over some, Stephen King town, as you put it. Because it's always Maine, right? Maine always has everything terrible happening to it. It's, never be the same state that a horror writer writes in, because it's just not good for your PR. It's very bad PR to be the same place that Stephen King lives. Not to be in the same place, but to be that place, right? I'm saying the PR for Maine itself is, undermined somewhat by his existence. I would guess that it was probably made into a show. I don't know how litigious he is, but I would venture a guess as to say litigious enough. Considering how commonly he makes things into visual medium, I can't imagine that someone could really get away with ripping him off without getting, shall we say, calls from attorneys. And, obviously it depends on just how close it is, because, as a theme, that's not necessarily a cogent enough, plot. I don't think that you could necessarily argue that he owns the idea of putting a dome around a town, right? That's not, a terribly unique concept. But yeah. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I'm just saying that, I could see someone being... I didn't mean someone couldn't get away with making just something with just the dome. I wasn't trying to imply that, just under a dome. But that you couldn't just rip off his actual setting and be, get away with it, really. I don't remember if I ever saw the TV show. I might have, but I don't remember if I did. I read the books as a kid. Yeah, I almost remember it as being more like, I almost remember them as being more like Twilight Zone than real horror. I think some of them were pretty scary, but I'm a coward. So that's the first thing to bear in mind. I'm a total coward. And that's not true. I'm not a coward. I'm a scaredy cat, and I think there's a big difference between being a scaredy cat and a coward. When it comes to things that, do not involve real danger but involve fake danger, I buy in very easily, which makes sense. I'm a writer, right? So buying into narratives and danger in narratives is something that I buy into very heavily. When it comes to actual life-threatening situations, I'm actually very cool and collected. In many ways, and this is weird, I'm I'm inversely cool to the amount of coolness that other people are demonstrating. So if other people are calm and collected, then I'm probably going to be a scaredy cat. And if other people are, scared, then I stop being scared. I actually found that out when I started watching scary movies with people who are even more cowardly than me. Is that when watching movies with people who are even more cowardly than me, I actually get braver. I don't watch a lot of horror movies anymore because of the fact that they're just not, I don't think they're good for me. Like, and I say that as like Stephen King is the primary thing that I read. But Stephen King isn't really that scary usually. A lot of the time, sometimes it's scary, and there's certain, like every book that Stephen King writes will have, not every book, but all of the horror books that he writes will have 2 or 3 scenes that are horrifying and give you nightmares. But the rest of it isn't horrifying and won't give you nightmares. So you read for the rest of the stuff, and you can enjoy the rest of the stuff instead of enjoying the scary bits. I don't know what beatniks and Bukowskis are. Let's see. So we want to just hold person on you because you're kind of being a dick. I think this should be enough to get him mostly. Oh, that's why Severia isn't attacking him. I'm like, why is he still alive? Severia. Oh shit. Okay, I understand what's going on. She's around the corner. It doesn't look like it, but she was around the corner, so she can look at how much damage she does. He went down in like a second. Oh, jeez. Okay, I need to check something here. So when I was looking at the stats earlier, I was really surprised because look at the total experience value in the party is 64%. She's 64% of the total kills in the party. Bearing in mind that early in the game, I didn't have the ability to fight with her at all. She basically was just standing there while I killed things. Hey, Christy, I did see that you sent me a message, and I will look at your messages once I have finished. I'll call your face, because that made sense. So where are you? This pixel game is called Baldur's Gate. And this game is a game where we murder things. It's a very nice screensaver. It's the best screensaver. You know what's funny? This is playing at double speed. Usually this is much more slow. Oh shit. That was unexpected. Alright, so hopefully we are able to get this whole person off, because if we don't, then we're dead. Do I want to do double? I'm going to double up. Well, I got the whole person off. And yes, we've got it at 60 frames per second. Because I'm playing on Legacy of Ball, man. I don't want to be spending 10 years fighting a kobold. I'm playing on Legacy of Ball now that they've added the -11 to AC. The beginning of this game was so painful because you just can't hit anything. It's just so slow. It's like, why? Oh my god. Get wrecked. She just zapped herself for so much damage. Okay. Oh shit. Damn it. That was the archer. And a roll 20. Yes, everything... okay, so... For those who are unaware, so here are the stat differences for Legacy of Ball. So in Legacy of Ball, everything has triple its normal HP plus 80. So if you had a kobold that started out with 6 HP, it now has 18 HP plus 80, so it's got 98 hit points. Okay? That is, in my opinion, the most important element to understand about Legacy of Ball because it dramatically changes the way the game plays, right? Nukes are way weaker. Crowd control is way stronger, except in the case of short duration crowd control, where it can be potentially very weak. So the command spell is much weaker because of the fact that the command spell will only keep them down for a round, and one round is not sufficient to kill most things, right? Whereas, obviously, with things having 50 HP as a maximum for something that you'd be using command on, potentially, they're going to get obliterated, right? Ooh, thanks for the pixels, Christy. I need them all. So that's the first change, is that. In addition, everything has a THAC0 that is 5 lower, which is to say they have a bonus of 5 THAC0. So they will hit on a number that is 5 lower than usual. They get 11 bonus AC, and they have a 5 bonus to their saving throws. In addition, it's automatically on Insane, so everything will deal double damage to my party and not to NPCs. That includes area of effect spells that I cast. So if I cast a fireball, it won't do double damage to enemies, but it will do double damage to my allies. So, and then in addition to that, every enemy is, for the purposes of spell effects and things of that nature, for certain effects, they're treated as 12. I think it's 12 levels higher than their actual level, which means that the sleep spell does absolutely nothing. You can't. There's no creature. I guess it does do something. You could theoretically. I don't think you can cast sleep on your party. So you would have to get your party member charmed, and then you could cast sleep on your charmed party member, because they don't become a Legacy of Ball creature. So you could theoretically cast sleep on one of your own party members. That's the only way that you could actually cast a sleep spell and have it land on anything. Command does not auto-succeed on things that would normally be below level 5. Things like that. Let's see. And things also get one extra. Oh, also, when they are casting spells as if they are the higher level. So as an example, if you're fighting a level 3 wizard, that level 3 wizard, when he casts Magic Missile, that's a level 10 Magic Missile. That's hitting you with 5 missiles. Melf's Acid Arrow does a lot more damage. All the things that scale with level will do just gigantic amounts of damage. And so, yeah. Sounds good, Christy. You have fun running in circles. This is not modless. I am doing SCS, so Sword Coast Stratagems. I haven't really noticed much of a difference, honestly. The spellcasters in Baldur's Gate 1 are not really that interesting. They don't have that many interesting abilities, so the AI difference in Baldur's Gate 1 has not been meaningful for SCS. But presumably in Baldur's Gate 2, the AI is going to be substantially better. But we'll just have to see. So what was I doing? I was just going to murder someone, right? Is that what we were doing? I mean, it is my birthright after all. Hey, friend. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to say, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. That. Alright. And there we go. Painting pixels one by one. A Baldur's Gate run with no pauses. I don't think I'd even enjoy that, because it's not the right type of game for that, honestly. I don't think that would be terribly enjoyable. It would be kind of fun to do that with Pillars of Eternity, maybe. But I don't think I'd want to do that with Baldur's Gate. Let's see here. Okay. I shouldn't have actually approached, but... You know, I don't actually need to send everyone, just it's the very end of the card. Get it done. Yeah, I really like Pillars of Eternity. The only problem with Pillars of Eternity is that I don't have enough time to dedicate to like new runs fully, and it's not like it's not popular enough for people to watch that I'm ready to, you know, fully dive into it as much as I would potentially like to. You gotta feed the content gods what they deserve. Oh, Jesus! I just cast a spell, you asshole! What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here! Blind? Vot? Yeah, Vot, exactly. Vot, get your Vot out of the hair. Let's see. Oh, this is her. Where's Soria? Soria's here. We're gonna both try to cast command and see if I get it off. That's a no. I love it. Oh, I love it. I'm made so happy when everybody dies. That lightning bolt literally just exterminated everyone in that hallway. All of my party members were killed. She was killed. And the guard was killed. It was glorious. It's like, are you sure you want to do this, lady? So let's see here. What am I going to do? I really should have probably cast Protection from Evil, 15-foot radius, but it's fine. What could possibly go wrong? Where's the other guard? Oh, you know, I guess I could just find out. I have a person who can technically stealth. Is this a shadow? Oh, there he is. Found you. Who's the found you? I found you. Okay, so. Wait, did you just run back away? No, good. Alright, so plan is command. No, we're gonna. Okay. Should have made sure that I actually had my tank in front when I did that, but that's fine. Oh yeah, because there's a Pathfinder isometric RPG now, isn't there? I should try that out sometime. I haven't actually played that yet. I was playing Pillars of Eternity 2 before, around the same time that I started up this, and then I was like, oh god, this is so much slower. I don't even know that I want to do this. And then it turned out that like it's defaulting to the slow setting, and I just couldn't find how to make it fast. But there is a way to make it fast. Okay, let's try. Is this close enough? Okay, well, screw you. I have magic resistance. Oh my goodness, we actually got it off. Please interrupt, please interrupt, please be interrupted. Please be interrupted. Please stab. Okay, we did get the interrupt off. Let's try to get another command out. I should have cast Doom while I had the opportunity there. Oh, nice. Okay, we're going to try to cast a Doom. I cannot believe I've managed to get this many of these off. Okay, so you can immediately cast, but there's nothing you need to cast. You don't have what I want, actually, so we're not going to use you. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to cast another command. It's close, but we got it. Okay. Isn't this the tunnels of your old clan? He's like, oh, this is just like the tunnels of my old clan. It's like, yes, that is an accurate statement. X is equal to X. We need to cast shield. We're gonna put all this stuff in. Ooh, do we want to have fire shield on her? What kind of It's really hard to justify that I'd ever use this, honestly. Because it's taking up a slot that you would put Stone Skin in. So, like, why would I ever want to take a slot up with that instead of Stone Skin, you know? Yeah, that's fine. That's not an important spell. So, third level spells. Who has what? You have Hold Person, and I didn't actually bother to memorize it, because I'm really just that good. And we have... Spell Thrust is... something we're gonna want. And I don't know that I even want Hold Undead, honestly. Because the probability of getting it off with 2 casts is not super high anyway. So putting like Spell Thrust is probably way better. We have a Hold Person. I'm gonna just dive in here and see what's here. Okay, we've got 2 of these. So what we can do is we can turn off the AI, and then as long as they stay close together, we can just get them both. Nailed it. I didn't want to kite them too far away from each other. Because sometimes, like, the one in front of you will move faster than the one behind, further away, and then it splits the two further apart from each other. It's a very short-range spell. You really need them to be pretty close to each other. Pick... Wait, did I just... You can pickpocket your party members? Wait, what? Can I pickpocket Severia? Oh, wait. Drop some item over here. Mesh isn't in here, is he? I'm not sure I want to give him ideas. So, she doesn't even have a 3rd level spell slot. So we're going to go ahead and give this to her. There we go. So, she can now cast Haste. She's probably not going to want to very much. Haste is a really niche spell. It's very powerful if you're willing to rest a lot and you don't want to use save or dies like some sort of crazy person. But it's... Oh yes, I was going to check. Can I pickpocket Severia? No. Okay, so it said inventory full, but I can't actually pickpocket. Oh, Jesus. This is not the room that I thought it was. We don't have any Hold Persons. Do we? No. So this is just going to be a horrifying death. We're going to go ahead and load the quick save. So we're going to have to rest. For some reason, I thought that I was approaching the last... oh my god. I thought I was approaching the last thing. Oh, right, yeah, you have the actual AI on. Ugh. Ugh, who wants that stuff? So we're going to cast all these. Wait, what? Oh, here he cast it. Gotcha. You can hear yourself, it's fine. There we go. Okay, so now what we need is, first of all, we need to put... Follow me. You will do as I say. Right, we're going to go ahead and put these two in the front. And what that's going to do for us is allow us to say, hey, buddy, how's it going? Oh, no. Run away. I'm so afraid. I'm so afeared. Oh, Jesus, I am afeared. I'm afeared. Kill them all. You're casting a spell because you're a weirdo, and you... I forgot to actually turn them off. I'm like, they have a spellcaster in the group? Oh, no. I just cast all of those on the same person because I'm an idiot. We're going to target this one over here. I'm like, I can definitely hit all of these, right? And he's like, oh, yes. Nope. Okay, there we go. So all y'all need to get out of the way of the MVP here. Let's be clear. I love Kensai. Kensai make me so happy. Kensai on a whatchamacallit run. Our Legacy of Ball run. Just do so much damage. The thing that I should do... I don't think that it's necessarily more beneficial for me to do that. I'm going to equip this in the offhand. And I need to have... For her... Oh, shit. She's using a sling. Unacceptable. I need to have a dual wield setup for Silria for when we have everything held, because there's really no reason not to get that extra hit in, right? There we go. So we are going to turn off AI. We are going to say, hey, Yeslik, my dear friend, dear buddy. No, no, no. Just no. It is too easy in this game to cancel your spellcast accidentally to allow the AI to actually, try to cast spells. It's just not acceptable. You cannot. Okay, so we are going to have you go invis, and we're going to go detecting traps. And I don't remember where all the traps are, so we're probably going to set a bunch of them off because I am lazy. Any traps in here? Like, I'll wait around the obvious places that I would expect a trap, but if there's a trap in some random hallway, I'm just gonna get hit by it, because I'm not... gonna worry about it too much. But yeah, it's nice when dealing with the, these kinds of places that you have so many humanoids, and so if you have clerics, Hold Person is such a god tier spell. It's so ridiculous. Hold Person is, it's so delicious. And when you're dealing with just swarms of bandits and mercenaries and wizards and whatever, wizards are harder to hold with them. Don't get me wrong. They're not easy to get. But you got 3 clerics in your party, casting Hold Person every turn. You'll get it. One of these days, you'll get it. Let's see. Interestingly enough, I should hypothetically be able to deal with that, but I can't apparently. I mean, maybe I could. I think it's a very short range. I thought there were more traps here. Wow. Wow. Oh, there's a hole in the ground. Well, how cool is that? In this hole in the ground, there's another hole in the ground. That is deep. And let's see here. It is I like how there's so many hostile people, and then there's just the random guards that aren't hostile for some reason. Okay, so we've got this whole place explored now. I didn't see any traps, and I didn't run into any traps. So maybe there aren't any traps here. I thought there were, but... Wow, what perfect timing. Hello, Hobgoblin. Welcome to my party. Oh boy. No, you don't want to go this way. Oh Jesus, there's another one behind. Oh no. You. Deal with that one. Alright. You two. Deal with this one. Severia! Make with the murder. It is your destiny. Oh, Jesus. Right, everybody hide. You know what? This is a bad idea. He's gonna get interrupted. Ha! It was an amazing idea. Of course he's not gonna get interrupted. Why would he get interrupted? Everything's great. I'm full of the best ideas. They're all great. I'm awesome. I'm like Sunder. Yeah, I'm the best. I'm not afraid of any dragons. Let's see. You're on 6 now? Okay, we can go ahead and turn on AI. So he's out with 2 patrols. Indeed, sir, indeed. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, I guess I should probably bring over my bard. Let's see. Ooh, armor. Like that. Oh, yeah, we got a bunch of arrows, too. I should probably be looting those. Okay, so we finished that. I think, actually, it is already 2:10, and I actually have to get some stuff done today. So I think I'm actually going to end it here for now. I was kind of hoping to finish this dungeon, but it's probably going to take me another hour or so to finish the dungeon, because I'm slow. I'm slow, and I tend to fight with 7 HP and do other dumb things like that. So since I am slow, I'm going to go ahead and end things here for today. So thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure stream for you today. And I hope to see you all again tomorrow when I will be making more with the murder and getting more stuff done. Later, folks.